at the same time. Close some windows that I don't need. Looks like YouTube is happy, which is great. And it also looks like Twitch is probably happy too. And it also looks like, cool. So I'm going to close that window. We are live. We are here, and it seems like everything's working. I'm going to send a message to make sure that we have audio tests on all three platforms. But how is it going, James? And how's your week been?
It's going good, and it's been busy, but fine. You know, just keeping busy.
Excellent. Well, I remember I'm going to grab my link for the giveaway and make sure that's posted and pinned for that. We're actually doing all Jafar packs. So our first place is going to get 12 packs. Second and third are each going to get 6 packs. Keep it nice and easy. A booster box worth of packs being given away to the community, to the field. Let me grab that here, link, and pasting that. Hampag, what is going on? Welcome in. You are the first person hopping in today for the stream. So thanks for tuning in. And let me see. It likes the stream seems to do this thing where it likes. I need to find a safer place, James, because every now and then it likes to hide your camera. So we're moving that again. But
disappearing, and I'm the randomly disappearing.
Yeah, yeah. I was like, it's like a black screen. Nope. Just need to move some stuff around. Which that looks like we're better now. So cool, sweet. Yeah, what's going on in the world of Lorcana for you? What are the new things happening, and what are you excited about in the coming weeks?
Well, the big thing looming in the 2-week distance is the World Championship for 2025. But closer to home, we're just trying to find decks that work and building some fun stuff, but also trying to figure out what meta stuff to play. Nice.
And then do we have what's in terms of players that are kind of local Kingslayers, do we have anyone notable, any of the regulars that are queued up for Worlds?
No, I don't think there's anyone from Southern California in Worlds.
How large is the event? How many players?
28 people.
Oh, okay. That is a very small.
It's not big.
Okay, I was the first to be like, wow, we're just dragging, but yeah, 28 is a small invite list. But okay, cool. Triple B, what's happening? We're back with Lorcana. Good to see you. And we got James as well. James, I got the real professional here. I'm the amateur. And we've got 12 players tonight, and we are ready. We are live. Britt is holding it down for us at the shop, and she's going to get us players. One thing that we do now, James, that's kind of fun, is there's a mechanism in Twitch where our viewers can predict who the winner is going to be, and they get to predict with their channel points. And
nice.
And they get to decide how many channel points they want to predict with. And then as you earn more channel points, you can spend those on things on the stream that, I'll be adding more kind of fun, creative things. And this is also streamed on YouTube as well. The Ink Machine, it should be live there right now, actually. Let me know if you don't see it. Originally I had this idea for the prediction for voting that if you got enough channel points, we'd have some sort of way to potentially convert that into a booster box or something. I was really excited about this idea. Then it turns out that's completely against the terms of service because it ends up being a little too gambly, I guess you could say.
Right. Yeah.
So it's only for fun things or torture mechanisms for me. Make Travis run up a sheer cliff for an hour. I don't know. That was a terrible ramble. But any sort of pain and suffering, I'm allowed to endure that. But it's not a wagering mechanism. But it's saying it's not live on YouTube. Let me.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it on YouTube.
Okay, let me. I see why. It is set as unlisted. I will make it public. No,
I did that on the Comic-Con blog podcast. I forgot to make a video public for 1 week. That's always fun.
Yeah, that was for a whole week. Yeah, it's one thing. Since we're caught in the first few minutes here, I think we're in pretty good. We're pretty safe.
I did catch it in the first few minutes of the live. I created it 5 or 6 days before and never made it public until we were already in.
Yeah, no, it's I never make mistakes, and all of my technology things are just perfect. And we've never had any issues on this stream with that kind of stuff. Let's see. There's no stream on YouTube. Okay.
Never.
Check YouTube now.
I got the notification.
Yeah, it should be there now. I think. I hope.
There we go. I see it.
Okay. Woohoo!
Right.
Yeah. Luckily, I haven't sent go live notifications yet because I'm waiting for. Am I in time for a game? Oh yeah. What's up, EV? Yeah, I haven't sent Discord notifications yet. I'm usually wait till round 1, and I'm also part of the extra step for the team at the store is when they give us pairings, I want to get a little piece of lore or a little like blurb of that. So what I'll probably do here is I'll get that piece of lore from Britt. I'll share it in the chat. I'll let you read that, James. Maybe like it might have some information like what deck that they're on, or likes long walks on the beach, that sort of thing, because I'm creating a little prediction vote where the players can the viewers can vote on who it is, and it gives them a little bit more information about the round, if you will. And actually, I'm gonna get that ready. But yeah, our streaming stuff, I'm pretty excited about it. We haven't been as active as we were last year, but with the new building developments and the types of content that we're going to be doing in the future, I think we could be live a lot more and have more help and more casters too with the new store. So good things are coming. And I have table 1. Table 2 is going to stream. It is Brian and AJ, and I'm going to get some lore here in just a moment. Brian, I'm not sure
AJ is.
You might know the lore already, yeah.
Competed in the Continentals Championship.
Excellent. I'm going to turn your audio up a little bit on my end to make sure that you're pumping.
All right. Or I could just yell into the mic more.
I think I can. That, and I might be able to turn you up too.
Okay. Just don't. This is not Kingslayer ASMR, right? Actually talk into the mic.
Yeah, that'd be good. Let's see, more options. I might have you turned up all the way, except I feel like there's. Oh yeah, it says user volume. I have you maxed.
All right, I'll just talk loud.
Yeah,
I can.
Yeah, you talk loud. I'll turn down the music. And your audio is more important than mine because you have real things. You have real things to say.
A little better there. A little bit better.
That is a little better.
Okay.
Yes.
I turned mine up just a little bit.
Cool. Okay, Yul says we can watch it here. I'm the same one who asked. Excellent. And okay, I'm gonna post a little bit of lore from AJ. I'll let you read that while I'm getting the prediction ready. Do you know who's on what side? Do I have the sides accurate?
I am pretty. Well, I have to look on the stream, don't I?
Tattoos on arm or no tattoos? Is that Brian or
tattoos
AJ?
Would be AJ, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, cool. So I'll get the prediction ready. Yeah, AJ is on the Rangers mat and Brian is on Mal. Yes. All right, prediction is coming. Starting prediction. Who will win round number 1?
So AJ is typically a Ruby Sapphire player.
Okay.
That's what he was playing at Continentals. Oh, looks like an empty sleeve.
Ooh, interesting.
Now, is there a missing card or is it an extra sleeve?
Oh, no.
And we have, looks like Emerald Steel is what Brian is on.
Excellent. 15-minute timer starts now. Okay.
We have not seen AJ's, but now we are, and it is Ruby Sapphire.
Okay. Excellent.
Which, in the current meta, Emerald Steel is considered to be a better deck. But once again, this set, the meta is wide open. Amber Steel is actually winning a pretty good number of tournaments the last couple of weeks. But the top 8s have been pretty diverse in all the different decks that are showing up.
Chat. There it is. Nice.
So of course this should be, and I'm trying to see what cards he has, but it looks like this is not the discard version of Emerald Steel. It looks like it's going to be some kind of an aggro version, possibly.
And what were the deck colors again? It was Emerald Steel for Brian.
Emerald Steel for Brian and Ruby Sapphire for AJ.
Okay. What is up, Jay? Jay over on TikTok. We're hanging out here. There's a giveaway link in the profile page. We're giving away Jafar packs, 12 for first place, second and third are getting 6. And there is a pinned post coming your way to both Twitch and YouTube here shortly, and we get that pasted here in just a second.
So AJ's doing what he wants to do, which is ramp, and it's looking like Brian is wanting to get as much lore on the board as fast as possible before AJ gets up to all of his big bombs. Unfortunately, he only had the other one drop on turn 2. He would have preferred to have 2 more, or two 1-drops on that turn. And the Sisu gets rid of one of them pretty easily without having to discard a card. I'm not seeing discard in Brian's hand at all, with the exception of that Merfolk and looks like the Ursula, but those are pretty standard for Emerald decks. So I guess he's playing just a low to the ground version, possibly. Until I see some other cards, I won't know if he's playing a Floodborn version or something to that effect. And as for AJ, there's 2 red-blue decks out there. Oh, look at that ink in the Tamatoa Enchanted.
That's some pricey ink there.
That is some pricey ink. And plays another Sisu to get rid of the other Merfolk. The Calhoun that Brian played cannot touch those Sisus because they're evasive.
Okay.
And also both of those Sisus are now shift targets for the big Sisu. That he can play next turn with 6 ink if he shifts it on. But he doesn't have it in hand. He also does not have any of the big Sisus or any songs for Brian to take.
That Rescue Rangers, Matt, is pretty awesome.
It is. I got one, and not only does it look awesome with all the colors, but I think they upgraded the materials, and it is softer and smoother than the previous mats.
Yeah, the colors look really vibrant. It's fun on stream. They really pop. And yeah, best of 3. So we have the prediction is up. It lasts for you have about 10 minutes if you would like to. You can actually predict who you think's going to win the match, which it's not by game, it's by match. So Brian and AJ here, and that's just a fun way to put out some channel points there for some of our stretch goal rewards on the channel. So just something we're testing out. This is maybe our second or third week of trying that out. So if you're curious, you probably have, if you've been watching the stream for a while, you probably have some channel points, and you basically get to double them. It's a really fast way to level them up. And other, like larger streamers that do TCG stuff, a lot of times you end up predicting if they're going to do well in like a match or a competitive player, and then it's a fun way to earn points and engage. So give that a shot if you're hanging out watching us on Twitch.
So AJ just quested with Tamatoa, happy as a clam, and and interestingly, he has the Lucky Diamond hand that is a 7-cost item that he could have played for free, but he chose to play Maurice's Workshop instead because it is the draw engine for this deck. Now that they no longer have Hiram, it's the item version where he is now going to play as many items as he can because he will be able to just pay 1 ink to draw additional cards with that Workshop in play now. So now the Tamatoa is now a target sitting there for the Beast and the Calhoun, but Brian wants the draw engine that the Beast gives him, which is an extra card every turn as long as he has no damage. And we'll see if he has something else to to play out. Maybe he has. There's almost nothing with Rush, but maybe he has a song that he can play. But it doesn't look like it. It looks like it's almost pure aggro going here.
Nice.
Just putting out more two Lorquesters.
Going wide.
And just going for it.
Triple B, those. Go ahead. Triple B, those large spin downs we got from a vendor. I think Chessex makes a large version of them. And at times we've carried them in the store. We have some different colored ones. Actually, I know Fountain Valley has some, but yeah, they're something we can get if there are certain ones that you want or certain colors. Send me a message on Discord and I can try to track them down for you. And what's up, Johnny Boy?
There's another empty sleeve.
Did he drew it? He drew an empty sleeve?
Yeah, there's an empty sleeve in there. Another one. Hilarious. So he played a popsicle for one, and he gets to pay another one to draw another one with the workshop. So he is doing just fine filling his hand with cards to have options.
Nice.
I'm hoping to find answers for this very wide board that Brian has presented to him.
What's up, Baja? What's up, the pudding? What is happening? Welcome in. We just sent the Discord live notification, so some folks are rolling in from seeing that, and we're doing giveaways for Jafar packs. First place is going to get 12 packs. Second and third are going to get 6 packs each. And then the link is pinned on the usual places. We're also doing a prediction, so if you want to predict who you think is going to win round number 1, you can predict in the Twitch chat between Brian and AJ here.
So now Brian has played the Emerald Chromacon, which is a valuable tool in this deck. It's going to keep AJ's characters off the board if they ever challenge in and banish one of Brian's characters. On an opponent's turn, when a character is banished on Brian's side, then he can bounce any character back to that player's hand.
That's the Emerald Chromacon?
Yeah.
Got it.
And it looks like AJ is choosing once again to just play another item, taking advantage of the draw engine of both the Popsicle and the Workshop. And I think he's basically just searching for a Be Prepared or a Sisu or something to take care of this board.
Yeah, he's in the colors for it, right? So which he could kind of reset the game a bit, but looks like he might be picking up.
That was it. That's all it took.
All right.
He just couldn't find any answers.
And who was on? I don't know if we remember who was on the play there in game 1.
It was AJ.
Okay.
So he will be on the play again. So you got to wonder, those two empty sleeves that he found, are they his Be Prepareds?
Yeah, well, like he let someone borrow them or something? Yeah, I wonder. I imagine he would probably try to figure that out now, or maybe he does have 60 and there was a couple extra. Let's hope he had 60 cards and then there was a couple 61, 62, 63 that were empty sleeves.
Yeah, well, it's got stuck when he was sleeving them up.
Yeah. Yeah, because
the Emerald Steel deck did its job, just quested out, didn't bother interacting with AJ's board at all, with the exception of playing out that Go-Go. I think Go-Go is the only time that he challenged in the entire match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just all race. Appreciate that. Yeah. So how's the how's the meta feeling in terms of diversity and I think from my perspective, there's so much chaos going on with not only the world, but there's so much chaos going on with trading card games, with the releases coming fast and furious, and the crazy double release weekend with Pokemon and Magic and Lorcana. How is the Lorcana world feeling right now going into the summer? Is it I don't know, everyone pretty happy with where the game's at, or I think last time we talked maybe a month ago it was right before they announced a bunch of stuff, or some things had been leaked, but now all the information's kind of come out. The roadmap is maybe a little bit more visible now. Is that something that do players feel satisfied with that, or what's your take?
Currently, the meta is nice. I think people are pretty happy with the current meta. I think really what a lot of people are uh, worried about or have some kind of have thoughts about is the fact that rotation is coming uh, at the 2 year mark, which some people feel might be a little too soon. And the entire first year of sets, all sets 1 through 4, are getting rotated out, except for the 100-ish cards that will be reprinted in Fabled, the next set coming out in just a couple months.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the main concern for a lot of people right now.
Yeah, the four set rotation is. I mean, it feels like maybe it should have been 2 or 3, but doing 4 sets is a pretty massive amount of cards that are just kind of for these newer players that are a lot of them potentially new to card games. It kind of feels like a lot of your collection value or worth might take a massive hit, where 2 sets might have been a better target.
Right. The problem is, of course, that 4 sets was exactly 1 year worth of cards, and the writing was on the wall when we hit set 5, and the starter decks for that set had no set 1 through 4 cards in it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Where sets 1 through 4 kept adding cards from previous sets all the way up to set 4, and then just stopped, and then it was all set 5, and then set 6 went on continuing having set 5 and 6, and so on. So the writing was on the wall that that's kind of what they were looking at for rotation. It just wasn't announced until just a few weeks ago,
right?
And so a lot of people are even though it might have been something that a lot of people expected, like you said, there's a lot of new players to TCGs in Lorcana, and it's a thing that is causing a lot of people problems with what is going to happen to my collection. Are all my cards useless now?
Yeah.
Which is nice that they paired the rotation notification with the new Infinity constructed format notice, which was all cards from all sets will be legal in Infinity, with the exception of a separate ban list just for Infinity.
Right. Which was there a ban list for Infinity yet?
They technically announced that the ban list is not really started yet, but it will start with the same 2 cards that are in core constructed, the Hiram and the Fortisphere.
What? Come on, you gotta let us have some fun,
I know. Yeah, a lot of people are pretty upset about that also. I mean, they were already upset about Hiram going away anyway, but that's just like doubled down on the damage.
Hey, Syndro, appreciate the follow, and Skydoll, we're gonna feed Sammy that treat right now. It's I texted the treat coordinator, so that is happening in just a moment here. And rotations are good, says Shorio. Lets the meta change and shakes up the standard environment and keeps it fresh. And then also, some thoughts. The pudding said 4 sets is way too much. Should have rotated 1 set at a time and always keep 8. Nice. And then Rhythm says, might go live tonight and see what happens. Excellent. Good to see y'all. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, I think both of those, start from my perspective, observing TCGs for a while. Star Wars Unlimited announced their rotation. Star Wars Unlimited is a younger game than Lorcana. I'm not quite sure exactly by how many months.
It's not much, but they're also only doing 3 sets a year.
Okay. Yeah. And so it was. I think it was very unpopular when Star Wars Unlimited announced that they were doing a rotation for how young the game is, and then Ravensburger kind of running it back and being like, "We're doing it too," It was kind of, you got the treat. Nice. Maddie is here. Okay, where's Sammy? I think the dog. Unless you want to eat a treat, but I probably not. Sammy, I'm gonna pick her up because.
Did you get a treat thing?
Yeah, we got a treat. The treat reward is back. Nice. Treat delivered. Sammy says thank you. There you go. Sammy treat reward is back and popular. It also keeps limits. It keeps it fresh with limits deck options for sure. It's a double-edged sword and in a game with so little playables, says Skydoll.
Yeah, the problem is, of course, with it getting rid of the entire first year. When Fabled comes out, that means when Fabled comes out, we're back to 5 sets.
Yeah,
so only 1,000 cards is in the meta.
Yep. And realistically, how many of those 1,000 cards are
actually
played? Probably pretty limited amount.
what's going on in the game right now is fun. This card I have not seen played very often, and I want to play it. Is this Goofy, the ship inventor ship maker card, has Ward. It's
So this is the Emerald card.
Yeah, the Emerald card. It's I think
Okay.
it's a 1/4/3 lore, but it has Ward and the ability that when it quests, it can give Ward to another character. So it's a pretty powerful card. If you don't have anything that can deal with it immediately when it comes down, it's going to be questing for a lot and protecting another card.
Yeah, questing for 3 is awesome.
So Brian's already up to 14 again.
Yeah.
And he had already gotten the Chromacon down, which already had an effect. AJ had that wardrobe on the field last turn, and banished Brian's Smee with it. But then, of course, Brian immediately just said, bounce that wardrobe back to your hand and make you replay it again, and wait another turn to banish something out to do something else with it. So he's definitely
that Sapphire. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk about the Sapphire card on AJ's board. What card is that?
On the wardrobe. It's a new one.
Okay, gotcha.
It's basically Hiram Light.
Got it. Very cool.
So what AJ just did is he used his Vitalisphere to give his Tamatoa rush, and rushed into the Goofy to get it off the board. And, of course, Brian's answer was to immediately put that Tamatoa back into his hand, and then when he banished something else, the wardrobe goes back into his hand.
Jeez.
Yeah, that Chromacon is very good if you are not playing against Steel, because Steel can just banish things without any characters on the board.
Yeah.
With all their songs and actions. But AJ is not finding any of his removal. He had a brawl earlier in the game to get rid of a merfolk, and I have not seen him play anything else since.
Yeah, including he hasn't had any board wipe action in either game, yeah.
Yep. So he's playing the Tamatoa. Tamatoa gets back an item. He's probably going to be able to run into something and keep himself from getting even closer to a loss here.
Yeah.
Looks like he decided instead. Yep, he inked the wardrobe again, gives the Tamatoa a rush, and then he's going to have to rush into something. In this case, it's the Mulan, and the Tamatoa goes back to his hand. And so AJ can loop this Tamatoa with that Vitalisphere getting picked up every time with Tamatoa's ability, but eventually, as in right now, Brian's going to put enough lore on the field that is not exerted to win the game.
Yeah.
So now AJ is searching. And I'd like to know if AJ even has I'm sure he has big Sisus in the deck.
Yeah.
But I was wondering if he even has Be Prepareds, because we're just not seeing them.
Yeah, we didn't see the big Sisus either, correct?
No, we didn't see the big Sisus either.
I wonder if there was
small Sisus in this game.
We saw 8. Wasn't there in game 1? There was like 2 different Sisus. But there's probably 2 different ones that are played. 2 different small ones.
Yeah, there's 2 3-drops. The one that's evasive banishes a card that has 1 strength or less on play, and the other one has strength equal to the number of your opponent's cards in hand.
Yep. Yeah, there was some interesting. Yeah, it's kind of the fact that we didn't see cards that you would expect in their deck, and then there was empty sleeves makes you think like, that's Brian before the match like sneaks into his deck box when he's not looking and just like pulls out the good stuff.
Pulls out those Be Prepareds and Sisus.
Yeah, like man, I wasn't finding anything. All I could find was these empty sleeves.
So this is just a really strong aggro deck that has some teeth to it with the Peats to stop actions, and I saw this Shift Peat, which is 5/5 2 lore, and it gives all pirates resist 1. So he's got some teeth to it in that deck, but it's mainly just get some stuff out and quest.
Yeah.
That Chromacon is just there. Let's keep the opponent's board clear after you clear my board, but I'm going to clear yours too.
Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, well, it'd be good to see how it does throughout the rest of the night here. And yeah, it is Thursday. Crimson Flames. We're doing it. We're doing it again. It's been It's been like 3 weeks probably since we've done, if not longer, since we've done a stream. So I'm excited. This is constructed where sometimes the limited streams can be hit or miss. So this is fun to see what the meta is shaping into. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing some more games. But what's new with you? Inside Lorcana, outside Lorcana, life, anything exciting? Playing any fun other games, whether they're video games or has our mutual friend Eric talked to you about his new potential obsession with Riftborn?
Riftbound. Yes.
Riftbound? Yes, thank you.
He is trying to make it my new obsession.
I figured he would try.
He's very excited about that game, and actually, I am kind of too. I mean, I have never played League of Legends, but the game is looking pretty good. The creators of the game and the company are saying all the right things.
Mm-hmm.
It's seeming like they're starting in a good place
Yep.
with the game, and so I am going to definitely give it a try and see if it's any fun. It may be where I just steal a bunch of Eric's cards and play against him with his cards.
Yeah, or do a pre-release, or I think there's that's like kind of the busy person's card playing life is usually and thanks to Corgi for the follow, and I'm Albrin Flakes for the follow, and I missed one of those earlier ones, but I think the not the busy man, but the as life gets more complex with responsibilities and adulting, what I've noticed is the younger card player sometimes is playing multiple times a week. Then life hits them in the face with responsibilities and children or careers or what have you, and then they end up kind of doing the I'll do the Magic pre-release, might do a Pokemon pre-release here and there, and that's kind of like how they still participate in the hobby. So that's always the cool thing about TCGs is that the companies that design this correctly will have a really nice on-ramping moment, like a Magic pre-release, where you can come in, you can interface with the hobby, see your buddies that you haven't seen for 3 months, and then you can just like dip, and go and do your own thing. And so I think that's Riftbound, right? I don't know why I said it, I called it Riftborn the first time. Riftbound is going to have a lot of those things, and so we're working with them right now on what our pre-release structure is going to look like, and how much we're going to be involved with that game. And it has some really interesting elements with multiplayer, and that trying to do an interesting spin on that.
Yeah, it was I read the articles that Eric wrote, and it does look like an interesting and fun game with a different take on the TCG format. It looks like. So we'll see if they are able to be successful or not. Which it's going to take what the average TCG takes 2 to 3 years to either flame out or keep going.
Yeah, or less. So sometimes, like not to I don't like being negative or critical, but it ends up being, if I ever am negative or critical, that content tends to perform better than when I'm like, everything is great. But yeah, looking at, like the altered TCG, like from the jump, it just felt like that was going to struggle with. I don't know if you've observed any of that game's last year.
Yeah.
But
I think a new set just came out and I barely saw anything about it. Or is coming out.
Yeah, it came out a year ago, or maybe less than that, and they wanted to reinvent the TCG marketplace where they would have their own like not auction house, but they'd have their own marketplace, so they wouldn't have to use TCG Player. And then they had this like QR code system for scanning your decks, and you'd have like digital versions and physical ones. And I was just like, oh my gosh, guys, like what are we trying? They're trying to do so many things at the same time that you could just tell. I mean, in some parts of the card game looked great, and I think they had a very successful Kickstarter, like very successful. And but by set 2, they were struggling so much that they were offering to give away free set 1 booster boxes to stores that would just like pre-order any set 2. And it was like, yeah, I think we're good, but but yeah, I think that, and then I think Rush of Icor is coming, and we saw that game at Gamma, and it's like a new IP. It's the Upper Deck TCG that's coming out, and we had to make a decision on if we were gonna do organized play for that, and we decided against it, kind of for similar reasons. Where I think you really need to have like the things they have to compete with are Gundam and a League of Legends card game is like the new things on the horizon, plus the other 12 games that exist. So it seemed like that's going to be really tough unless it's something really special like a Flesh and Blood. I think it's going to be hard to be successful. But I don't know if you have any thoughts on any of those games.
Well, Rush of Icor is the game from Upper Deck that they are suing Ravensburger and Ryan Miller on because supposedly Ryan Miller was working on that and took the design of that game to help make Lorcana. Back in 2020, 2019, whatever. And of course, Rush of Icor is now coming out 5-6 years after they supposedly started development, and Lorcana has already been out for 2 years. It's interesting, and I saw the game, and it looks very, very generic. Like they did the least amount of work possible to get the game out, to have something to back up their lawsuit.
Yeah, and because we carry Upper Deck products in our stores, I will let you share those opinions and thoughts. Just to be,
look, I love Upper Deck.
I
play Legendary, Marvel Legendary. I've gotten like every set of Marvel Legendary, except for I think the Villain expansion because it was unpublished when I went to go buy it. And now it's like $200. So I'm like, I'll wait for it to get reprinted. But I love it, and their cards are always great for the collectible cards. They're very nice to us over at the Comic-Con blog, where they send us stuff to announce as an exclusive when they have Comic-Con exclusives sometimes. So no, the Upper Deck is great. It's just I think in this case the game is not up to par. So you can't win everything. So
there's a touch of echo coming through of my voice coming through somewhere probably on your mic or some end. It's very minor, but I don't know if it's something that to tighten up or not, but you can check that out. The Lost Boy says, Kingslayer Lake Forest family, I'm stopping by the shop in a sec. For the last time, my family and I are headed to Virginia on Monday. Y'all have treated us well, and you'll be missed dearly. Thanks a ton. Seriously. Hey, thanks for that. Best of luck on the travels. That, the Lake Forest crew and that community over there has been really, really awesome for so many folks that have gotten into the hobby. So thanks for being a part of it, and we'll wish you best of luck on the way.
Yeah, Lost Boy. Well, yeah, we'll miss you. It's been great hanging out and playing games.
Yeah, for sure. That is one of the sad parts of the hobby, for sure. It's like you make these relationships, and they're like, "We're out of California," and I'm jealous in a lot of ways, but please don't leave. Boofy Bish says, "I'm sending Boofy Bish." Also, speaking of people that left us. Sending Ruby Sapphire hate from Texas, says Boofy Bish. What's going on? That's so funny.
Wait, they hate the Ruby Sapphire, or they're sending hate as Ruby Sapphire?
That is unclear. And Crimson Flame says,
talking about one is the wrong one. Let's do it that way.
Yeah, exactly. That works for me. Crimson Flames on TikTok says, talking about pre-release, I wish I could have hit up my LGS for the Final Fantasy set. Been a fan of Final Fantasy since Final Fantasy 9. Nice. Yeah, I'm kind of recently.
Speaking of not just Final Fantasy, but you said like the last 2 weeks with all the releases. Is this like the busiest TCG week pair of weekends like in your 10-year history?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's yes. Yeah. It's been really difficult. It's been really difficult, but we've like since November we've been nonstop hiring. Every couple weeks we've been hiring some new folks. If you've been in one of the Kingslayer stores in the last, like 3 months specifically, you probably noticed a lot of new faces behind the counter. We are just we're hiring as fast as we possibly can to keep up, and we're not even. There's so much inventory that we've bought from like singles and stuff like that we have not even processed and put out because we haven't had time because we've been so busy on the sales floor. But transaction volume and like all the games are maybe not all, but Jordan Dill, appreciate the sub over on YouTube. A lot of the games are doing really well and have really good design, like One Piece, Lorcana, Magic, Pokemon. They're just in obviously Pokemon is in like kind of in a new level of fever pitch for collectability, but it's been a lot, and we're also navigating trying to get this new building and expanding our offering at our Fountain Valley store and getting out of our last building that doesn't have air conditioning for the summer months. Yeah, this was a lot. This is very busy, and it was a lot of transaction volume in the stores, and some of the lines were wrapping around the stores for. I think our Fountain Valley lines on the Fridays that had the 2 releases, we had lines until like 3-4 p.m. and then it would just like the line would just fill up again, and it was outside, and it would fill up again, and it was outside, and so we're just like I can't hire fast enough, so we're hiring, and we just recruited someone off of TikTok. His name's Matt, and he works at Fountain Valley now. He's awesome. He like I was there doing some of his training on like day 2 for him, and he was like, "Oh, I'm the guy that talked to you on TikTok, and then you told me how to apply. Now I work here." I'm like, "Ah, that's awesome. Welcome."
Very cool.
It's a fun time to be, in the hobby, and I think I talk a lot of my YouTube content ends up being about the entrepreneurial part of running a card shop, because that's like what I know how to do. I kind of speak to the things I know, and I think there's folks want to run their own business and be entrepreneurs, and they've got a lot of drive to do something like that. I think there's a lot of places in North America or in the world where you could open a game store and be successful, and it's one of the last frontiers, really. Even 10 years ago, I would say the same thing. It's like kind of one of the last frontiers of a retail business that really provides like that third space experience for folks, and that can be successful, where I think a lot of other retail businesses are probably pretty difficult to make work. This is, you got like brands that really want you to be successful. You've got distributors that can partner with you. You've got communities that need places to play games. So it's busy, but we've got a really great team. This new batch of folks that we hired, there was 6 people on an onboarding call that we had on Tuesday, 2 days ago. Really, really cool. There's a couple. Brandon over at Lake Forest has done really, really well. But yeah, it's a lot of the new. Come say hi to the new Kingslayer staff members. They're really, really awesome folks, and excited to host more games. And
yeah, we've had new people over at Fountain Valley. I've been able to say hi to at least 2 new people in the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, we can't do it. We can't hire fast enough, and I'm trying to pull more people. Like Fountain Valley specifically is going to be busy this year because our e-commerce building, we're pulling more staff over there, and then hiring more, and we have 4 more interviews next week, I think. So if you're interested in working in the card shop environment, doing customer service, it's not necessarily easy, but at least you're working in a hobby that you might be really obsessed with or enjoy, and that can make the days go by really quickly. It's a job. It's work. Work is involved. But yeah, Johnny on the Spot says, I applied at Lake Forest. I'd love to chat with you about opportunities you might have. Send my resume to the job's email address. Sweet. Johnny on the Spot, you are doing all the right things. And basically our process is a phone screening. So we look through the resume, make sure that it's like, reasonable. And then if it looks good, it goes to phone screening. If you pass that, then we do in-person interviews. And then if you pass that, then it's good. We're good to go. But let's see who else we got here. Apply, but no word back no word back yet from Fountain Valley. Just keep plugging away and keep going for it, and we'll see what we can do. Also regular Fountain Valley. Love it. Love it. This is apparently the recruitment method. This is it. This is the way we do it. Employee discounts. Yeah, that is true. Arizona next. Yeah, Arizona would be. That was where I'd considered putting our first store. Caden, what is going on? Caden, my 4-year-old cousin, he needs a job. My 12-year-old son and my 10-year-old daughter they're in school right now, and they're like begging me to come work at the shop during the day. But I'm like busy, doing work, so I can't like. I think I can just like drop them off and like they'll be fine. They'll just like do work. I don't know how that's gonna. Yeah, I've got to figure that out. Let's see. I've been heavy into Cobblemon lately. Maybe that's a Pokemon deck. Potentially.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, lost me on that one. Yeah, it's where are the remote positions posted? Ooh, remote positions. Nice. Those are it says that's Anthony, longtime Kingslayer player. One thing that was really fun about the Final Fantasy pre-release, I did work over on Friday night and Saturday for those two events, and there's so many regulars at our Fountain Valley store that have been coming there for 9+ years now, and that is really cool because they've seen the transformation of the business. I've seen their personal transformations. Like there's folks that have like become professionals and very successful in their career. And back when they were working at Kingslayer 9 years ago, they were like just getting started or just out of college or what have you. So it was fun to see those folks. That's one of the rewarding parts. I have a video I'm writing that's the top 10 things that suck about owning a game store. Just because again, negative stuff tends to perform a little bit better. So that might be the thing I post this week.
To go along with your, what was it, the 8 things that are going to be horrible about when you open one? Was that what it was?
I'd have to
About a
look.
month ago? Yeah, there was one where it's like, you're going to go into debt.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that was like the pain and suffering one. Yes,
Yeah, the pain and suffering.
I love pain and suffering. It's so great. Let me find the title. It was, I think, you're not ready to open a local game store yet. That might have been the one where I talk about the pain and suffering. But yeah, I think maybe I'm just being too negative, but I got a vent somehow. Thanks again for helping with the OP starter deck thing. Yeah, no worries. That was our mistake. I didn't realize that there was some staff miscommunication about some One Piece limits that we got squared away. So, and Jay Schmunk 2012 says, "Hey guys, love the stream. What do you think about Lorcana's rotation overall?" There was another question I forgot to mention to James, but basically the general, like, what do you think about the Lorcana rotation? So like, do you feel like this is going to be good? Is this how you would have done it? Are you optimistic?
So this is my first TCG, so I've never gone through a rotation. So I am cautiously optimistic that it will go well. I am not too concerned about the value aspect that rotation implies, because I got the cards because I wanted the cards, and whether they go up and down the value doesn't really matter because they're staying in my collection. I would, of course, very much enjoy having a collection that I perceive as more valuable.
Sure.
But it doesn't matter really in the end because I'm keeping the cards. I am a little concerned about going down to 5 sets every time we do rotation because they are planning on doing rotation every year, and then building back up to 8 instead of going down to 9 and going up to 12, which would be, if they did it starting in the 3rd year. So I am cautiously optimistic that it goes well. And with the 100-ish cards that they are reprinting, I'm hoping that they are very careful in those ones that they're picking to make sure that we can have the cards that are necessary to keep the game healthy. I know that rotation is to keep a game from having to have intense power creep. So I am glad that they're choosing rotation instead of just one massive eternal format where they just have a big old ban list. I don't know if that to me doesn't feel like it would be the way to go.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to it to see what it is, and if it goes horribly awry, then I'm hoping that they can course correct at some point and kind of fix things not too slowly.
Yeah, Anthony in the chat says he remembers the days of like being really fresh into, I'm paraphrasing his line here, but remember the days where he was very new into TCGs, and like that was a concept that he shared, or a feeling that he shared about your opinion here. I'd be curious to hear what Anthony thinks about. Anthony plays a lot of Star Wars Unlimited, and they have a rotation as well that we kind of touched on earlier in the stream. But Anthony, I'd be curious to hear what your thoughts are on the timing of the Star Wars Unlimited rotation, and do you think it's good for the game as well? Are you excited about it? And people, you're being real and honest. People need to hear that nowadays. Yeah, I think I need to lean into more of the real honest, just kind of shooting from the hip, saying, speaking my mind within reason.
Yeah, and it's not negative, like for negative's sake. It's negative for reality's sake, for like, look, this is just what it is.
Yeah.
And if you don't, we're not like, everybody doesn't get a participation trophy in real life. So,
I love you.
you need to make sure that you know all the ins and outs if you are going to be stepping into something.
Yeah, I love that. Everyone doesn't. That's maybe your best quote I've ever heard you say. Everyone in real life, everyone doesn't get a participation trophy. And Anthony did answer me. He said, I don't know enough about it to have an opinion, but it's probably good to not just have one eternal format. Sucks to have to keep up with standard money wise, but he's already used to it. Dev Sherp, what's going on? Welcome in. We're waiting for round number 2. We still got about 9 minutes at max.
Yeah, rotation didn't bother me. I'm the dummy who's buying every playset of every card, every set that comes out. So rotation is like I don't have to get. I mean, I'm buying all the cards anyway.
Yeah.
So it doesn't affect me.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and if you play Hearthstone, your digital cards are going to rotate anyways, and it's like, yeah, they have wild formats and stuff, but I think if you're in it for like you're knowing you're in it for the love of the hobby and the IP and the relationships and the friendships, and you enjoy doing this content side of the business and not business hobby. What's Jared up to? Have you hung out with him much?
Haven't actually. He just came on our podcast this week.
Cool.
He has been 100% in real life, taking care of things.
Nice.
And just dealing with all of real life stuff. Like like you said, you gotta live in real life. And this is just a hobby. And he took a look and said the hobby is not something I can do right now. And
Yeah.
so he stepped away and hoping to come back to it maybe next year.
Cool. That's awesome. Well, good for him on having that time. And yeah, I think that was awesome. Like I mentioned before, the podcast for the Citizens of Lorcana podcast was an awesome launching point for a lot of players that got into the hobby and were looking for a little bit more connection from the two of you that had, I think, a really honest take on what all players were going through, learning a new card game, and the way that you two processed your engagement with the hobby was perfect for folks that were also doing the same thing, which is nice. And the folks that are grinding to be like top notch in a certain to make worlds and that sort of thing, that ends up can be like a different type of content that someone wants to consume, but someone that's hopping into the hobby fresh. I think it was really cool. So I'm glad that you're keeping it going. What have you done, I guess, outside? So you're doing this, what was the name of the other podcast that you're doing?
Overexerted.
Okay. And then
with a couple of guys, Benny and Heath, and we basically it's more free form, more random, more just whatever Lorcana stuff is going on that week we talk about. Heath is very much a limited player. He loves draft, so we do cover that a bit more. And just generally, talking about Lorcanas. I mean, basically, I just wanted to keep talking about Lorcana every week.
Well, I'm glad that you do, because it makes this. It's really nice when I'm popping onto stream and you know me, I'm pretty last minute. It's like 3 p.m. or whatever, and I'm like, hey, I don't know what you're doing tonight, but it's Thursday. You want to pop on? But
yeah, sure.
I just shared a link to the Overexerted podcast on Twitch and on YouTube. So if anyone wants to, subscribe to that or hit like on it on Shopify or Spotify or whatever to check out what James is doing over there. And then what's your have you been able to do any streaming on Twitch, or is that something that you've enjoyed doing, or what's the future hold there for you?
Very, very little. I was able to do I did some box openings from the product I picked up at Kingslayer.
Love it.
And played a little bit of the Reign of Jafar, Illuminer's Quest, the Palace Heist. I played one game of that one day, and I opened up another trove another day. But I haven't been able to really get into a set schedule and sit down and actually play, because everything around here might look okay, but everything that you can't see is a total mess. And
nice.
I got a lot of things that I need to take care of, but I'm hoping to be able to at least sit down weekly at some point, like on Wednesdays or something, and actually just sit and play some games on Pixelborn Connect or whatever it may be, and go from there.
Yeah, it seems like people are really like. I was curious today, like how the Lorcana channel was doing on Twitch, and there was like 170 people watching different things. There was a couple channels that were pumping, doing different challenges from, and so I think people that are really into the hobby are still looking for folks that want to talk about it. I think that's great. What is your Twitch channel called?
The Dan Regal.
Okay. I'm just gonna grab it really quick.
No spaces, no underscores, no nothing.
Not the Dan Dangler.
No. The Dan Dangler. That's hilarious.
Maybe a hockey player. That's my guess. I'm gonna go with we're gonna go with hockey player.
Just chatting. Dan Dangler.
All right, cool. Well, there's the Dan Regal on Twitch, not Dan Dangler, and you can check that out there. And maybe if you're lucky, you'll get a go live notification that that James went live, and you can see whatever the heck he's doing. But I'm thinking at least every other week for this stream. Doing weekly in the summer and then also going into our build for Fountain Valley may be tough, but definitely need to do. We'll do at least every other week for this. So I'll try to give you better notice when I know what kind of chaos my life is doing. But and to mention to your point about how your room is maybe messy, if you pointed the camera around, all of our rooms are just immaculate. So you really gotta pick up your game there because everyone's home is just perfectly clean at all times.
Hey, have you seen some of those content creators' homes? I mean, they have they don't even have dust out of order. I mean, it's crazy how some of those studios look.
Did you do you mean the good ones? Or you're talking about the bad ones?
Oh, the good ones. They're everything's perfect and in its place, and they have their nice backdrop, and everything's on little shelves and with little lights, and
some of those are really nice.
You get all these things with reflections and stuck up with push pins, and
it's great.
That's all you're getting from me.
It's great. I love it. Yeah, I think it's more the fact that we're live and doing the content ends up being really, that's how it looks in the background. I mean, I was really cluttered, and then I just went we're gonna make the thing simple. But yeah, I was looking. Have you seen the Asmongold house tours? Do you know who that is? The World of Warcraft streamer. He's he was a World of Warcraft streamer. Now he does kind of everything. But his he lives. I don't know where he lives, but his house is just a dump, and it's unsafe, messy. And dead rats in his room, and just not good. You know what I mean? Just stuff, food, trash everywhere. And they've done house tours, and it's rough. But he's got he's wealthy because he's a very successful streamer, but he just doesn't want to spend money on kind of the basics.
Like a maid.
Yeah, he's just I don't need to do that. He was this way before he made a bunch of money, so he's gonna stay this way because that's he's being his authentic self, and it's okay, that's cool.
That is something I saw on Twitter, whatever. Someone was like, "Hey, I love Lorcana and that's my thing, but I'm really looking at this new game, Riftbound. If I talk about it, are people going to be upset?" And Eric actually replied with a very good, just short comment: "Be a person, not a brand."
Yeah.
You're you. Talk about what you want. It's your thing.
Yeah.
So do what you want. I mean, don't live with rats in the room, unless they're your pets.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I'm what? I'm agreeing with you. I don't know exactly how. Yeah, but yeah, no, I think it's important. I think that's something where content creators have to decide. And this is something that I agonize over from time to time. It's is this thing I want to post fit the Kingslayer channel, or does this need to go to a personal channel, or does it matter? And I think sometimes that decision matters, but I think really it's more about it's a volume game. If I'm looking at making content to connect to the community, it's more kind of the frequency. It doesn't need to be perfect every time, and it doesn't always matter where I'm publishing it, but the fact that I'm trying to engage, and it's a way that we provide visibility and value to the community. But I have brother match. We have Mark and Alex coming up for round number 2 here. Sorry to cut our convo short there, but I'll get that rolling. I'm gonna let you talk about lore while I get them set up for this, and I'm gonna get our prediction going.
Lore. So the Alex and Mark lore is that they both love playing Ruby decks, but we'll see if that's what they are playing today. One of them was typically Ruby Amethyst, and the other was Ruby Sapphire. In fact, which one of them? I think it was Mark who took down the set champs last season in Fountain Valley.
I think that makes sense.
On a whim, in fact.
On a whim.
He noticed that morning that there were still spaces available, so decided to just come down and play.
That's hilarious.
Took it down.
On a whim. I love that. All right. Round number 2. We've got, I don't know I'll have to figure out who's on what side because that could be difficult.
Yeah, I recognized the bag when he was sitting down, the 2021 bag, and I recognized that he
Mark's
continues playing with this older playmat, the How Far I'll Go playmat.
He does. Yeah, Mark is on the Moana How Far I'll Go side, and Alex is on the Big Hero 6 mat. And we're doing it. New mats are on the screen, and let's see what chat's talking about. Let's see. Have to crash on the East Coast, but enjoy the matches. Thanks for streaming Lorcana. Hey, Cameron. Hey, appreciate you coming in and saying hi, and thanks so much for supporting Lorcana content. And Skydal says, today I want to share a story of how my friend ticked off a GameStop. He showed up at a GameStop before Lorcana tournament, spun a wheel, and won a free Switch. Apparently, the staff didn't think anyone was going to win. Okay, cool. And I wish I could play with you guys in California, says Joseph. We wish you could play here as well. And cool, nice, love it. And but the brothers are doing some weird voodoo spell casting thing there.
They are play acting for the stream.
Nice.
I think they are going a little overboard because they know they're on stream. And now see they're rolling the score dice to see who goes first, of course.
So Blitz just did what Blitz does from time to time, and Blitz came in and gifted 5 different tier 1 subscriptions to chat. So Disney Freak, Blank Knight, Pancakes, Triple B, and Handpag all were gifted tier 1 subs from Blitz. Blitz is awesome, is a Lake Forest regular, and actually we ran into Blitz at our Kingslayer holiday party this year because he was there playing Lorcana with a bunch of friends while we were there having our holiday party. So Blitz, I think I have that username correct. Thank you for the support. It's super fun seeing you in the chat.
All right. So Mark is on the How Far I'll Go, and Alex is on the Big Hero 6.
Excellent.
Correct?
Yes, Mark is on How Far I'll Go. Yes, and we have the prediction is up, so you can predict with your channel points to see who's going to win this. Last round was completed. AJ did end up. Brian ended up winning that match. But now, the prediction's live. You got 10 minutes to vote on who you think's going to win this one with your points. And
so there's a very good chance that this is a mirror match. Oh, look at that! Giving it the tap, giving it the trusting.
The
tap.
trusting brother. Ooh, who was that did the tap? Did Mark do the tap?
Mark did the tap.
Ooh,
I'm pretty sure Alex probably did too.
Who's the older brother? That's what we got to figure that out.
That is the question. So as soon as we see what other card Mark drops down here, he played a sapphire card. So I'm guessing that this is going to be a mirror match because I don't think you play those cards that he's playing that he put into the inkwell without it being also ruby.
Okay.
So this will be interesting. And yep, it is. It's a mirror match.
Here we go.
The nice thing is that both of these guys are this mirror matches can be grueling and long because there are a lot of things that they do on their turns. But these guys have been playing these decks since the beginning, I think, and they are very fast at them. So hopefully we will. If it does go to 3 games, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to finish all 3 games.
It should be close, right? We would expect this to be a good match.
Yeah. Because they're both doing the same things. They're both just ramping for the first few turns, getting up into their big bombs, and then it's just who gets the draw of their big bombs and who blinks first.
A lot of votes coming for Alex here. A lot of votes coming for Alex. Mark is officially now the underdog on the predictometer.
I think that's because Alex is the one who's been playing Ruby Sapphire for longer.
Okay.
I think Mark was a Ruby Amethyst player for a long time.
Alex is also the older brother. This just in. So the underdog younger brother story is developing. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, you know? This is just quality Lorcana content here. What other place can you watch Lorcana drama that's this thick with intensity?
Uh-oh. We're playing all the items. We're getting some draw going. So Mark gets out the draw engine first. Now we'll see if they're playing similar versions of Ruby Sapphire.
What is that card?
That is the Cusco from, I think it's last set, or no, it's from Shimmering Skies. that can banish a item or location when it goes into play. And he took care of that draw engine that Mark had put out, the Maurice's Workshop.
It puts it into the player's inkwell. Is that
Yes.
that's aka banish?
No, it goes into the inkwell, not banished.
Got it.
It's no longer available to them. They can't pull it out with Tamatoa.
Okay. Blitz.
But the Maui Shark, however, that use the Vitalosphere to rush in and challenge can get an action back out of the banish pile, the discard. And that's what he did, and he now is replaying that How Far I'll Go to ramp and draw more.
That's why he's playing the mat. And Blitz says that Blitz is Team Hannum, which I guess Blitz is on both player sides here.
That means he's covering all his bases. He can bet on Team Hannum, and he will win.
Yes, this is
betting against the house.
Exactly, that makes sense. And Joseph is voting for Half Shark, or the Yak, as it has been called before. Only here.
Let's see if we have nope, we just got a regular old Maui.
A regular old Maui.
Regular old enchanted Maui.
Jeez. Regular old.
After Half Shark came out, that Maui became regular old Maui.
Makes sense. I retract.
Still one of the most powerful cards in Lorcana.
That
thing was overstated from day one and continues to be so.
It's nice to have bombs that are just bomby enough, you know.
The crazy thing is that Half Shark is inkable as well. A Half Shark with those stats and 2 abilities and evasive, I mean, really should have been uninkable.
Is it ever inked, or is that a pretty rare?
Oh yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it gets inked. That's you play 4 of them, so you're gonna ink that early in the game if you need to.
Nice.
So Vision of the Future was just played. Look through the top 5 cards, and you get one into your hand.
A prediction on the board for Mark. Someone's going for the underdog here.
Playing 6, and it's the Battle of the Half Sharks. And he's basically saying, go ahead and run into my Cusco if you want, because I will then just take you out with my Half Shark, and we'll be back to even.
Are there 8 Be Prepareds in this match?
Probably. Well, maybe. Probably not, though. The Half Shark version tends to play only 2 or 3, and instead plays a lot of Pirate's Life to shift the lore total into their favor, that they don't have to worry about clearing the board as much. And in this mirror match, I will be surprised if we get much more than 3 characters on board on either side of the board at one time.
Interesting.
There will be just a lot of challenging, and these decks are just not built for playing a lot of characters out. Every time that you play an action with a Half Shark out, you earn a lore.
Ooh.
And then every time you challenge with a Half Shark, you get an action back from the discard. So it is a nice little loop.
Yeah, that's nice. What's the best spot removal to get rid of in their decks to get rid of a Half Shark?
Right now, I mean, honestly, I think it's if they're playing them, it's Maleficent Dragon that banishes a character on play.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a whole lot else that they would probably be playing unless they have 1 or 2 Dragonfires, which is the same effect just with an action.
Mm-hmm.
The other option is to use that Sapphire Coil on Mark's side, the item, and ink twice in the turn. If you have something like Fishbone Quill or How Far I'll Go or something like that, you can get the Half Shark down to 4.
Okay.
3 strength, and then you can play a Madame Medusa to banish it. Or even if you can ink 3 times in a turn, you can get it down to 1, and you can use either Sisu or a Brawl to banish it. Or if you have multiple Sapphire Coils out, it's a lot easier. You just need to ink once, and then every one of them reduces strength by 2.
Okay.
So there's ways, but it takes a bit of work. But now, as we can see, we're back down to one character each on board,
Yeah.
and we're just seeing the actions get played, the searching for cards with develop your brain and how far I'll go, and just finding the answers and getting them out. And we see a McDuck Manor come out, which is very good because, of course, there's no big characters out to challenge it right now.
Right. So it's gonna most likely take up and get that lore, unless there was that the character that comes into play that can not banish but put a location into the inkwell.
Well, yeah, that Cusco.
Yeah.
Take that McDuck Manor and immediately put it in.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you got to have nine strength to banish it. You got to we're through that 9 willpower, which is easy to do with a Maui shark and a Maui and a few other things. You can get through it pretty quickly.
Nice.
But unfortunately, Mark has none of those out right now. So he's looking for it. He's looking for something.
Yeah, a lot of resources for both players now, and it's just like you said, just developing to find their best playables, which are, half shark and then playing lots of actions, probably, which is kind of
that's the win condition.
Kind of a weird.
And a Pirate's Life is what you want when you have your half shark out, because it reduces your opponent's lore by 2, increases yours by 2, and then you also get the extra bonus lore from the half shark. So it's a 5 lore swing.
Got it. What's DKP stand for?
DKP is Ding Kang Pham, the player who is at the who is going to be playing in the World Championship. He is the one who originated the Maui half shark item action deck.
Got it.
And is a very good player. He qualified for Worlds in both Europe and North America, and
all over the world. Yeah, that's all three events. That's awesome.
He top 8'd, I think, or top 4'd in America and Europe, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
And then he won Melbourne.
Fun. Lorcana lore. Brought to you by James.
There we go. Sisu comes out, takes care of a couple of characters that Grandma Tala has been sticking for quite a while.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, so is that McDuck Manor is going to stick for a while. And the big Sisu came out, which is 3 lore, and it's gonna allow Alex to race pretty quick, so that he's going to be getting, looks like 5 lore a turn.
Yeah, this is game 1, about 13 minutes in, and they're both at 6. So even though they're very fast players, there's so many actions happening on each player's turn that it's not just tap out, play, go. It's a lot of searching, a lot of filtering to find the next cards to play, to do more searching and more filtering. But now he sticks a more threatening permanent here.
Yep, and he brought out the old Tamatoa, the original Tamatoa.
Yeah,
and this is the one that wants items, and he played a couple more items, and then used the dime to get some lore off of that Tamatoa, which was able to get him 4 more lore.
Yep.
So he can match Alex for lore per turn now, and actually beat him, because that Tamatoa can now next turn quest for currently 5.
Yeah.
Actually, no, it got 5 lore. It can quest for 5, and the dime can get 5. So Alex is on a 1-turn clock. He needs to take care of that Tamatoa or that dime in order to keep the game. Okay, there we go. Finally, a be prepared.
Yeah. Felt like it was time. Good timing.
And that McDuck Manor sticks, and now there's a second one, and there's nothing that can take him out on the board for at least probably a turn or 2.
I guess another Tamatoa coming down right now would be maybe to keep this thing close.
Yeah, another Tamatoa would definitely do that. But we have a Sisu that doesn't do anything except for earn him 3 lore.
Yeah.
And give him 5 strength on the board to possibly. Nope, he's got another turn. That's it. Alex now needs to figure out what to do with that Sisu.
Yep.
Because that Sisu is now game with the dime. So he's hunting. And is he going to find it? He's still hunting.
I don't think he's got enough lore to cast.
And he pulled an enchanted, but I don't know if it's the best one. And what else was in his hand?
It's a half shark.
It was the
Big
Maui, just the regular Maui, and that's it. That's game.
Yeah, it was stalled, and then all of a sudden it kind of went wide open with that. The old Tamatoa got him pressing some threats.
Yeah, and that's just exactly what Ruby Sapphire does. It's just ramps and then controls the game until it gets its lore bursts out, and then just wins the game. Usually in a turn.
This is pretty nice though. I really like, because this Ruby Sapphire does iterate. I mean, it is Ruby Sapphire, a lot of the same cards, but it's not really playing in the same way that it has some similarities, of course, but just it's fun that it's different enough to change, to be, it's not the same win con as the last 3 sets for Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, some Ruby Sapphires don't even play the dime anymore. So they play the, like I said, the Maui Half Shark action version with the new Tamatoa that helps them get some items out early to help with the draw engine, like Maurice's workshop. And then they just search for all their actions and then just start playing out their actions with the Half Shark out to earn all that lore.
Nice. We have a 1-minute ad break running. I'm going to go fill up the water really quick, and then while they're shuffling up and doing mulligan, if you need to take a minute break or however as long as you need, now's a good time. But I will be right back.
You too.
And we're back with the crew. Does SWOO stand for Union Arena TCG? That's hilarious. Star Wars Unlimited. Union. Yeah. That's Skydoll. That was close. That was close in some ways. And in some ways it was not. But hopefully everyone's having a great evening. It's super fun having the professional here with us. And we're watching, again, Alex and Mark, brothers from the same mother. Hey, what's going on, Emily, over on TikTok? Thanks for popping in and saying hello. We're watching Lorcana. We've got the Ruby Sapphire Mirror happening right now. Mark is up a game. And this is round 2 at our Lorcana locals in Lake Forest. Hanging out here with James. The talent is here to help us navigate through the games. And we're doing Ruby Sapphire Mirror. Welcome back.
Hello.
And Bone Champ says there's a card game for everything now. This is true. There is.
There is.
If we had to pick an IP that doesn't have a card game, that you would just be like, wow, I am in. What would get you excited?
Well, there was one that I never picked up, but it went away real quick, and that was Transformers. But I think currently I would probably pick up a Doctor Who game if there was one created.
Okay. Did the Doctor Who Magic the Gathering cards ever catch your eye?
They did, but since it was Magic and I kind of refused to ever get into Magic because I know I will go insane trying to collect stuff, I kind of kept it at arm's length. I am going to try and get a little bit of the Marvel Magic that comes out, but just because I do love Marvel, and I hope that Marvel
That's true.
gets its own nice trading card game, and as well as you think I would be playing Star Wars Unlimited as well, but I can only really do one game at a time.
You suck so much, James. Why are you not doing Star Wars as well? How dare you?
Right.
Yeah, Jurassic Park, says Anthony. That would be good. And then, still need a card game for World of Warcraft with codes and stuff. Oh, wait. Yes, that's unfortunately come and gone.
That was also come and gone as well, I have heard, yes.
Yeah, that was good.
So
that was
like we have no feed now.
It's here. I'm seeing it.
I'm not. I gotta refresh.
Yeah, hit a refresh. Looks like we're live on my end. They're going at it. 3 from Alex, 1 for Mark. Yeah, I think Jurassic Park would be super cool.
Yeah.
There is Jurassic Park. There are Jurassic Park Magic the Gathering cards. Not to say that we can't have a TCG.
They should do not just Jurassic Park, but I would think that in order to keep it to where they wouldn't run out of stuff very quickly, they should do it just as a universal kind of monsters-ish thing. And that way they could do Jurassic Park and all the universal monsters like Dracula and Mummy and all that kind of stuff, and anything else that they've done horror-wise, and make it themed stuff. Every set is a different movie.
Yep. Anything from chat? Any additional games? What of WWE, says Anthony? A wrestling card.
That's just real life, isn't it? You just go turn it on the TV and you can see them.
That's true.
Battling it out.
Yeah, the Game of Thrones had a very successful living card game from Fantasy Flight and that was around when we first opened the store, and there were some guys that really were into that. I don't know if they still produce cards or if that game is still happening, but I love Game of Thrones. But it'd be tough to have like a universal appeal TCG that for that property probably. But yeah, I wonder what else could we do? I guess a Nintendo card game outside of could be interesting.
Nintendo would be fun because they have so many fun things that they could grab from.
I do have some fun things. A lot of fun. Just think of all the alt art stuff for, like the. Did you get a Switch 2?
No.
Okay.
No, I am not in that market right now.
Yeah. Does Beth play handheld games, or you guys do any regular Switch 1 gaming?
No, we really aren't. Neither one of us is like super hardcore into gaming, video games or anything. She does like to play them sometimes, but not as a gamer.
Yeah. The new hotness is the Mario Kart for Switch 2, and so my son has been enjoying that. But Game of Thrones TCG using Legend of the Five Ring system. I'm not familiar with the Legend of the Five Ring system, although I've heard there's some there's somewhat of a cult following of people that really liked or loved that card game. I think when I was in high school, I read a Legend of the Five Rings book, and I thought it was pretty cool. But that's all I got.
I think Mark is just doing this for the memes, but his hand is now about 15 cards, I think.
Okay.
because he has been drawing for the last 2 turns off playing items and then triggering his 3 workshops to draw 3 cards every time he plays an item.
Okay.
So he has drawn at least 9 cards in the last 2 turns.
So he's just trolling for memes?
I don't know. I mean, look at that hand that he has. I mean, now he has every answer probably that he could need, and he'll just... The problem is, of course, that there's 2 Sisus on the other side of the board here
Yeah.
that are just going to start racking up lore unless one of those 15 cards is a Be Prepared. I see
Yeah.
a half shark.
So yeah, this workshop. So every time he plays an item, he can pay more to draw 3. So he could
Pays one
effectively
to draw
draw
a
his
card.
whole deck.
Yeah.
We need a discard. Make your opponent discard their hand card in Lorcana.
Oh, there is.
Oh.
Bend to my will. It's an emerald, and its opponent discards their hand.
Nice.
It's a 7-cost uninkable, and it is brutal.
Is it-
Especially in the...
What color is it?
It's emerald.
Yeah, it's a lot of items on Mark's board.
There is a lot of items. So as soon as he gets a Tamatoa down, he's going to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items. That means it would be 9 lore if he gets a dime down.
Justin says, have you had any interest in the new League of Legends TCG coming in October? Oh, yes. We just submitted our numbers for, I think, all of the distributors that carry the game. And we asked for a lot of product for that game. Anthony, our staff member, Anthony, who does all of our organized play. Did I tell you the comment that he made about comparing the League of Legends TCG to Lorcana?
I made a comment about it, but I'd like to hear his.
Ooh, I think I want to hear yours first.
I have read, like I said, I read Eric's articles about it, and I have also read their website for their news drops, which has not been very many, but it feels to me like what they did was essentially watch what Lorcana did over the last 2 years and make a note of every misstep and are making sure that they do not make those same mistakes as they get ready to release the game.
That's bold. I think that's a good take. I don't think that's too off the rails. Especially, my criticism of Ravensburger has been that I feel like they've made Ravensburger decisions to be contrarian because they wanted it to like forge their own path, and in pursuit of reinventing and for the sake of reinventing the wheel to be original, they ended up falling in the same pitfalls that like other TCGs already had and so they did so much right. It was like, whatever, they're going to make their mistakes. But yeah, I think that's an interesting take. That it does seem like, I mean, Riot knows how to make really good games. They've got a great team that could do amazing art. I saw that some of the art is like repurposed stuff from the game. It seems like there is some of that. It's not all original art, I think, right? Is that something that you read?
Yeah, they said that they had, in order to get the game out in the speed that they did, they had to take art from the games and from other venues for the first set, maybe, and then sprinkle it in over the next few sets until they can get original art being the main thing that they're going to use.
Yeah. Yeah, that's so the hot take from Anthony was that I'm gonna miss every word here, but it was basically like the Riot community is larger than the Disney community. And I was like, hold on. Or he said there's more fans. This was the hot take. There's more fans of League of Legends than there is of Disney. And I was like, bro, like
that's bold. That is a bold take. Now, if you were to quantify that with people who play games,
yeah,
you might you might have a
Was
valid
wasn't quantified
argument.
that way. Was not.
Yeah,
I tried to bail him out, and he was like, he doubled down. Yeah, not this year. Yeah, it was
but
Anthony.
no,
Anthony Kingslayer staff member Anthony was like, yeah, and then yeah, Justin says global. That might be true, and yeah, I think and Decree Final Fantasy pre-order pickups were last week on Friday, so we sold it all, and there's nothing. I'm just kidding. It's your Final Fantasy pre-orders were available last Friday, but they're still available. So if you haven't picked them up yet, you can go and pick them up. But yeah, I was like, I kind of gave him some outs. I was like, are you sure you don't mean to say like, card playing aged demographic or something? But I'm like, you're telling me like more people know about some random Riot character than like the Lion King. That's what you're saying right now? And he was like, yes. I was like, okay. But yeah,
I don't think so.
yes. Yeah, it's I mean, yeah, I just can't wait to have our new store open because I think it's going to be madness and mayhem if we can have 100 120 seats of people playing. We got 40 people playing this game, 40 people playing that game, or what have you, and D&D going on and streaming and chaos. And like the vision I have for that building is when people walk in for the first time off the street, they just see like, I don't know, it just feels like the great Coliseum. You're like, what the hell is going on here? And then you've got like a streaming, feature room and of course, product to buy. But I think really the highlight for what we do is like focusing and highlighting the organized play part and making that be this like wow moment for new folks. And then we kind of like, we show them the way. We show them the way to learning how to play. And so I'm excited.
Yeah, it was very exciting seeing the tour of the empty building and just imagining all of the stuff that can go in there and what it's going to look like.
Empty building tours. I love the way that you preface that. Yeah, Travis, it was really exciting watching this.
It was. I mean, it actually was. I mean, I was like, I can't wait to get into the new building and play. I mean, I can't wait to sit in there and just look all around and have it be like, look, there's there's glass everywhere instead of roll up door.
Yeah, aesthetically a little bit better.
Aesthetically very pleasing, and also just the idea of, like you said, having 100 people in the room at the same time playing games. I mean, I've only ever had that feeling at the challenge since I haven't been playing games forever, and I haven't played at really too many big places. I think the most I've ever sat down at a store is maybe like 55. So the DLCs, of course, were 2,000 people, but it's not the same thing.
Yeah. No, it's and we've always only intentionally made small stores because lots of reasons, lots of cost reasons, and this is the first time with how well card games have done since November. We were looking for a space that was a little bit bigger than our space, and then in the last 7 months, the industry doubled in size in terms of our revenue and our growth. And so like, oh shoot, I think we can get the biggest building that like exists like reasonably in like a retail center. It's like I think we're able to go for it. And so that's always really fun when the growth is happening and we've got like it allows us to provide and do something even cooler for the community. And I was talking to my wife a couple days ago, and it's like when this new store is open at Fountain Valley, and so, I could imagine because at night we kind of debrief and maybe we'll play a game of Hearthstone Battlegrounds and like while the kids are like killing each other and kind of like we're trying to wind down bedtime or whatever. I was envisioning this world where when that new store is open, I think it might be fun enough, like maybe like most nights out of the week we just go over there and hang out like and play games, and the kids will be old enough to play card games too and be more engaged. They want to work, and so they're like really excited, they're really excited about working at Kingslayer now that they're getting a little bit older. So but I was like, yeah, I think they might, because then like it'll have Subway, Starbucks, there's food options, and you can just kind of like kick back and relax. I think there'll be enough room. My goal is there's enough room that even if you're not playing in an organized play event, you can just kind of hang out and relax and like play games with your friends or just hang out with the community. So that something that we haven't been able to do because we've always been at capacity at these other stores. So we're both really excited about that.
Well, it was looking pretty bad for Mark for a while there because Alex was up around 16 or 17 lore, I think. And Mark got down all the way down, back down to like 2 with those Pirates Life that were getting played. But now he's got Tamatoa out and like 10 items, and he's got 11 lore. So that Tamatoa can now quest for
A lot.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Whew.
And that's game.
Just
like that.
That's 2-0 Mark.
Yep.
Well done.
Be prepared with the next card.
Oh man, that's Black Knight. Blank. Actually, Blank Knight says, "Do you guys do D&D at the Oceanside location?" Yes. So if you're not in our Discord, let me see if this command will work through this application I'm using. There is the link for Discord. Join the Discord and make sure that you select that you're when you choose channels and rules. Make sure you're selected on the D&D one. And all of our table signups for D&D are done through Discord, and they post the tables there in the general chat under D&D. You can just ask more like pointed questions about what you're thinking about for your D&D table. But we do signups through there. We have a living world that DM's built. It's been going on they're in season 2 right now, but they're still accepting new players. It's called Kingslayer Chronicles, and it's a living D&D persistent world using 5e or 5.5, I guess some people call it, with the new rules, and it's great. The DMs are awesome. They built it's a persistent world, so the stuff that happens at the Oceanside D&D tables also impacts the other stores. And at the end of the season, all the players get together and have at the end of season 1, they had this massive D&D session at the Lake Forest store. All the players went, and there was, I think, 3 or 4 tables going on, and there was this big dragon fight, and people died, it was really dramatic. So it's if you're into D&D, we have a really immersive thing for that, and a good community down there. Makes me want to play D&D.
Back to the store when it opens. It's going to be nice because you don't have to try and juggle okay, if we're going to get a new game, which one are we going to drop?
Yeah.
Because you'll probably have room to try it out for a little while and not impact other games too much.
And that's totally right. And that's what we do. We do a version of that now, but it caps so we end up like when we roll something into a double header day with 2 events on the same night, we just end up saying one piece we're going to cap at 24 because we need the other 12 for sorcery or some other game. Right. and then those end up selling out, especially on the more premium events where it's a pre-release or a special. The One Piece has Pirate Day or some sort of pirate festival thing. So yeah, we're gonna be able to
go way up.
The caps can go way up, yeah, and that's and then we get more prize support, and it's better for the players and the communities. And except for Lorcana, I don't know how many. I think we could probably have 100-person weekly events, and they'd still send us one organized play kit. So, one day they will scale.
One day,
yeah. So yeah, that'll be nice. But it gets better. We've intentionally never signed up for WPN Premium through Wizards because I never quite saw the value, and our stores didn't quite, especially Fountain Valley, doesn't quite have the pizzazz to get premium where the new store can, and that opens up more doors for fancy exclusive things. And it's gonna create a lot of opportunities for people to have meaningful moments, making new friendships, and a safe place for people to play that can get away from other parts of their life that may not be as exciting or fun, and they get to come and kind of separate and meet new people. And that, I don't know, it's really cool. It's a special thing about it's kind of I was talking to my dad about this. It's kind of I'm not particularly a religious person, but I grew up in that environment. And one of the things that are really nice about a church environment is and trying to dodge and not be religious or political here, but is the community aspect. It's you've got a group of people that care about you, and if you need help or you're in a jam, growing up, that was nice to have those people. And this is that type of community, but it's folks that have similar interests through gaming, and I think that's really, really special, especially for folks that are in their 20s, 30s, 40s who may or may not be having a difficult time finding meaningful relationships or friendships in their life, and to have a shared hobby, have a safe place to play, is really, it's a sweet benefit. It's fun to be able to have a business and provide for family and that kind of stuff, but also have it be a place that's special for people too. And in Fountain Valley, we've been doing that for a while, but looking forward to expanding on that.
Yeah, sounds cool. I like that.
Excellent. Can someone who plays Yu-Gi-Oh explain to me why they are trying to kill Edison format with there's two new formats for Yu-Gi-Oh? That is news to me. But I played Yu-Gi-Oh for a couple months, so I don't have the best. I'm not quite sure about this new. That's a good question. You know who need to ask about this is Mark and Alex, because Mark and Alex play Yu-Gi-Oh, so I need to tap them in. Let's see. Final Fantasy pre-release was amazing. Can't wait for the new Fountain Valley store. Hey, thanks Chobo1665. Thanks for that. Appreciate the support. If you're watching on YouTube, the likes and subscribes over there definitely help a lot with the old algorithm as we grow. I have another YouTube video. The one I'm writing this week that I'll publish probably Friday or Saturday is about in relation to. I lost the feed there for a second as well, but luckily there's no match going on at the moment. But the top 10 things that suck about owning a game store. So that'll be coming to a YouTube video near you. But yeah. And when's your next so you just did a podcast, was it yesterday? Is that one already published?
Yeah, it came out yesterday.
Okay.
We usually record on like Sunday or Monday, usually Sundays.
Nice. And that was Overexerted, right?
Overexerted. And actually, Jared was on that one. That was the 100th episode of Overexerted, of which I have only been on about 6.
Nice. I'm going to share that actual special guest back by request. I love that. Copy link to episode, going back into the chat. So if you want to hear Jared, who's a friend of Kingslayer, who did the Citizens of Lorcana podcast with James for a long time. You can hear them again on a different podcast that was just published yesterday. I mean, that's kind of like premium Lorcana content right there.
Yes. I mean, I think so. I'm on it. So.
I don't know how you can beat that. But
well, I mean, if you're looking for hyper competitive chat, probably not the best place to go. But if you want to listen to a couple of 3-4 dudes talk about Lorcana and all the stuff around it, then probably your kind of thing.
The Discord link said it expired. Interesting. Let me find it. Let me fix that.
The Discord still is there.
Discord is there. This is true. I wonder what let me open the premium or private browser and see if it gives it to me. I think it works for me. If you want to try clicking it again, but let me see if I can. I'll try to give you a link in a different way, but I think it's probably the same link. Copy link address.
So we have Worlds coming up for Lorcana in 2 weekends. It's on the 28th and 29th.
Okay.
And we know the format. It's 28 players. There will be 2 different formats being played, Super Sealed and Triple Deck. And those are going to be very interesting to watch.
Okay, you're gonna have to explain both of those to me because I can guess, but I'm probably gonna be wrong.
So Super Sealed is each player will get 4 packs from the last 4 sets each, so 16 total packs. They will need to they have 1 hour to make a 50-card deck using only 3 colors.
Huh.
And it will be best of 3 matches. And in between games, you are allowed to sideboard in some cards only from the 3 colors you have chosen. But at the beginning of each next round, you must revert your deck back to the original 50-card deck that you submitted.
Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, your game 1s will always be the same deck, but you can sideboard in for game 2, game 3.
Yeah.
Cool.
And that they didn't say how many rounds it's going to be, but we are assuming it's going to be 3 rounds of Super Sealed on day 1, and then they're going to shift into it's all Swiss, and then they will be shifting into Triple Deck Constructed Swiss, which means that each player is bringing 3 decks using all 6 colors, so they can't repeat a color in any deck.
Okay.
It is still best of 3, and they must win with 2 of their decks.
Okay.
So when you sit down with your opponent, you will basically hand them the colors of your 3 decks, and they will At the same time, you pick one of your opponent's decks to bench that they can't play that in your match. And then the other two, when you play it, you choose which one you want to play. You figure out who's going first, then you pick your deck, and you play the game. If you win with it, you have to play with the other deck in the next game. If you lose with it, you can choose to play with the same deck or switch to the other deck. And then whoever wins with one of each deck first, 2 games, moves on and has the win for the match. They're going to do that all the way through Swiss into Top Cut. And at the Top Cut, they will continue playing that. But in the final match, there is no benching of decks, and you must win 1 game with all 3 decks. So it's a best of 5 match.
Are they? Is there any like carousel games they have to play at the same time, or are they blindfolded as well? Do they have to wear an eye patch? Like what the? That is.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
super sealed sounds like a blast. And then I mean, both of these sound really fun, but it is. I think that is something kind of case in point. Typical Ravensburger is the. Well, let's just be different for the sake of being different. And
Here's the fun thing is the triple deck is actually it's very similar or even maybe the same as a tournament structure I think that Hearthstone used at one point.
Okay.
I know that someone talked about it on a podcast I was listening to, that it's basically the same thing. And the interesting thing is that the format was decided by an employee at Ravensburger, Brennan DeCandio, who was up until a few months ago a player in the DLC circuit. He was playing
Cool
and doing well, and they actually hired him. And the first thing he did when he got there, they said just a week or two ago, they're like, the first thing when he got here, he was tasked with figuring out what format Worlds would be, and he was leading the team that decided what it would be.
That is some bold format choices. I mean, they're not boring. I'll give them that. What's up, Oscar?
Super Sealed is going to be very interesting. A few of the content creators recently did their own Super Sealed, where they each sat down when they could and built. They timed themselves with an hour building themselves a Super Sealed deck, and they had some issues. It's limiting to 3 inks with 192 cards, getting down to 50. You're effectively removing half of those cards, but before you can remove half of those cards, you have to decide which 3 inks you're going to stick with. So you have to look at all 192 cards and go through them all.
Yeah.
Figure out which ones you're going to stick with, and then build your deck all in an hour. So it's going to be interesting watching them. I mean, I don't know how fun it will be watching them do that, but it will definitely be interesting seeing the decisions made that people are making to what cards that go into their decks. And whether they build out just straight, like, let me play all the best cards, or if they're trying to do combos or what.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, is Ravensburger streaming this themselves, or do we know if they're like, do they hire a third party to manage this, or they're in-house?
No, they are. I think it's in-house. I'm not sure. They might have a production company helping them with the production side, but they hired 5 content creators as casters.
Cool.
And 4 of them are ones that have been casting most of the DLC season, either here or in Europe, and one of them is new. And they will start streaming at 8 a.m. Eastern on their Twitch channel, Disney Lorcana, twitch.tv/Disney Lorcana.
Okay.
So that's 5 a.m. our time. So needless to say, the morning will be starting early if you want to watch all.
They're starting 5 a.m., but it's in Anaheim, right?
It's not. It's at Disney World. It's in Florida.
So
So
that makes more
at
sense.
8 a.m. in Florida.
Okay.
And that was the other sticking point with a lot of fans, was the fact that Worlds was supposed to be a fan event.
Right.
With the World Championship at the center, and now it is just for the 28 competitors and their +1s.
Yeah.
So that was a sticking point with a lot of fans, because a lot of fans wanted to go. But we heard, the whole new World promo that we were going to get if you went to that is now going to be available at our local game store in December. Which I'm not sure if you heard about that yet.
I did not.
Anthony might have, but in December, I think it's the second weekend of December, They are calling it Infinity Weekend, and
Cool.
stores can run an Infinity event, and they will get a kit, like a Set Champs kit, that will have 40 whole new world promos to hand out to the first 40 participants.
That's awesome. 40 per store. I like that.
40 per store.
That's
So
good.
I will be signing up for that as soon as you make it available.
Okay. Nice. It's in October.
In December.
December, excuse me. Yeah, nice.
December. It's a long ways away. That was the first weekend that they figured out most game stores probably had available.
Yeah, makes sense.
Apparently.
The looks like we've got time in the round, and we're waiting. There's someone that's in a third game 8 minutes ago. They said there was we should be ready for round 3 here really soon. Have you ever thought about expanding out to the East Coast? Yes, we've the versions that I've thought about for that were I had a staff member that was working for me for a couple of years and wanted to open a game store and was moving out to the East Coast, and really high quality staff member. It was Andre in Oceanside. And so we considered the idea of like, hey, well, if you learn the ropes and you're moving out to the East Coast anyways, we've considered that. It's really difficult to manage multiple game stores, even if they're really close. If they're within 50 minutes of each other, it's very hard. So I think there'd be some major logistics issues with the costs of doing things like store transfers and training and hiring and all that kind of stuff. It's really hard to. We could do it, but it would also, another thing that comes to mind is time zone is really tough because I'm not to say that I work every hour that I'm awake, but our stores are disarmed at 10 a.m. in the morning, and they don't get armed until often as late as like 11:30. So from those hours, for that like 13-hour window of time, I have to be generally available. Lorcana, subscribe to the channel. 4 months. Appreciate that. Thanks for the love. But yeah, that would be so then my maybe what is that? My 13-hour window of like awareness for the company would change to a 16-hour window, I suppose. So that would be it would create some possibilities, some difficulties. Instead, what I've decided to do instead is just really inspire people that are like, I really want to own and open my own game store, is inspire folks to do that and help. Like, I've done a lot of free consulting in the last maybe year and a half, and done a lot. I think I have a list of stores that I've helped that have either are getting towards their open date or have just opened their store within their first year. And instead, I really encourage folks to open game stores. I think it's a great business to be in if you've got the right skills. And so that's kind of at one point I wanted to open like 100 game stores, and maybe I'll come back around on that idea at some point in time. But instead, I really enjoy the stores that we have and the people development at our stores, and then encouraging other folks to open a store. So Lorcanivore, you should open your own game store on the East Coast. Looks like Decree says Super Sealed is a test of deck building for sure. 3-deck format as a competitive format is actually amazing. It means that players must be able to play the game using a variety of strategies rather than simply mastering one. Indeed, I think that's a good point.
It's also a psychological battle because up in Wisconsin last weekend, World Class Cards held a 2-day event where each day they had a triple deck tournament. And watching that off and on, according to the casters, during Swiss, basically every single match, whatever steel deck was being played, was the deck that was benched. So knowing that steel seems to be the deck that everyone is kind of wary of, maybe someone that's where the battle is going to be. And do you build the steel deck knowing that it's going to get benched, and so therefore you don't spend a majority of your time practicing with the steel deck because the other two decks are the ones that you're going to be playing with the most? And how do you build those decks? Which color do you choose to put with steel that is maybe the weakest color that goes with steel, so that you can have two more powerful decks? But then you get into the battle of, now is someone going to not banish your steel deck knowing
because it's garbage? Yeah.
Because it's not as good a deck.
Yeah, would it be Amber Steel is the deck that if you wanted it benched?
Most people were playing Emerald Steel or Amber Steel as their steel deck.
Hmm.
And most of the time, most people assumed that Emerald Steel was the discard deck, and therefore they were definitely getting rid of that deck because they did not want to play against discard.
Yeah.
Which was actually funny because the person who ended up winning on the Sunday event did have Emerald Steel, and so in the finale was able to play that because it was a best of 5, and it wasn't a discard deck at all. It was a let me see if I can play my Giant Mickey deck.
Got it. That's fun.
Which is hilarious because Giant Mickey is a great card. It's an almost unplayable card, but it's awesome. It's a 10 cost uninkable 10/10 with 5 lore.
I'm pulling it up right now.
And the ability when this character is banished, deal 5 damage to every character, each of your opponent's characters.
That's hilarious.
If you can get it into play, it's an amazing card. And Emerald actually has the most options for getting it into play besides Steel itself.
That's cool.
Yeah, because you can play the Return of Hercules card, which you can play any card for free, and your opponent can play any card for free. Is the drawback, but you can get this card out on turn 5. There's a Hades card from I think set 4 that you can exert it, and you can banish one of your characters to play a character for free of the same name.
Okay.
So you can play a 1 or 2 cost Mickey, and then the Hades, and then use that to get a Giant Mickey out on turn 5 also.
Wow.
And then there's 2 Mickeys that each have an ability to get out a character for free. Either you pay 2 or you banish something with that Mickey and they can get out a character for free. So there's multiple ways if you build this. I actually played with this deck on Monday and
oh, cool.
It's so. But I managed to get Giant Mickey out almost every game. Sometimes it was way too late, but still, I got him out.
You're like, we got there, but
that was the point, was to get Giant Mickey out.
I think it's hilarious just that there's this absolutely massive mouse wandering around the castle.
Yeah.
It's great. Do you have a foil Giant Mickey?
I do, actually.
Nice.
I just traded for it last week.
Winning. You're just, left, right, and center. You're just winning everywhere you go.
I'm not going to play with it, though. That's going into the collection.
Okay, sure. Fair. Yeah. I like it.
I wish they would have done an enchanted of it, though. I would have definitely wanted that enchanted.
Give it time. Give it time. One day.
Hopefully.
Maybe. No, that's cool. Yeah, we're still waiting on pairings. Not quite sure. Looks like there was some hubbub. But I was hoping with 12 players we should get 4 rounds. But maybe depending on breakers and that kind of thing, maybe it'll be 3. But I really hope we get a third match here. And giveaways are live. We're doing 12. There's actually a full booster box of Jafar that we're giving away. But we're doing 12 packs for first, 6 packs for second, 6 packs for third. In order to enter the giveaway, there's a pinned post on Twitch and YouTube. Fill that form out. It's a quick Google form just so that we can have your email address. So if you win, we can contact you. If you're on TikTok, if you go to the profile page, click links, and there's a link there as a Google form link. Fill that thing out, and you'll be good to go. As soon as the event is done, we do the giveaways. So we'll when the event is done, we'll say thank you to James for his excellent casting, and we'll send him on his way while we spin the wheel, and we'll see who takes home. We'll have 3 winners winning packs essentially. So excited for that. Product availability. Much better for Jafar. It seems like they haven't been able to stick the landing on too much or not enough. But it seems like the set is. I mean, what's your opinion of like? It seems like the set is good and the box prices are like holding, and product is available. It seems like the kind of a win all the way around. But do you feel like the set is as good as the last set?
I think so. It's definitely an interesting set. They put stuff in there that really helped activate a few other decks and make them complete. Like the Lady and the Tramp deck was starting to look really good last set, but it got multiple cards this set that made it, I think, near tier 1.
Okay.
And so I think that was the fun thing about this set was that it definitely enabled a lot of other things. Oh, hey, look, it's the Maleficent on the Maleficent.
Nice. Inception. Lorcana Inception.
It's like, nah, I'm not gonna.
I'm gonna use the store mat.
I'm gonna use yours.
Nice. It looks like we're keeping Alex. And let's see here. What might have happened is I would imagine maybe a player declined to go on camera, and so Alex stayed, and we're getting a new maybe a new deck, which would be nice to feature a new deck that we haven't seen today, and we'll see who that is here really soon.
I think I know who it is. Now let's see what deck he's playing, because I don't think he has. Actually, I do know if he's playing his normal deck, it's going to be interesting.
And there was Mark that went 2-0 on the last one, so congrats to those that predicted Mark would win. And the new prediction is coming up soon. As soon as we got to play, it's Garrett.
Yeah. So if he's playing the same deck he played against me a few weeks ago, it's Ruby Steel, which is a deck that people have been trying to make work for quite a few sets, and is with the current last set Mushu and this set Mushu, among other cards, might actually be getting much better. But we will see. And he definitely has that deck. So nice. I saw him pull a Ruby card, and there's a Steel card right on top.
Heck yeah. Love it. Love to see it. And
we'll see something different. Now, the problem with this deck going against Alex is that Alex is playing a deck where he's not going to play a ton of characters. His whole goal is to have that Maui Shark out and just
run items
down on the actions. And the Ruby Steel deck that Garrett has is all about challenging.
Love it. Boofy Bish, appreciate the hydration there. And this is potentially the last round. We might have a fourth round. Let me ask Britt and see. Do we expect a fourth?
It's probably gonna be like
round.
I want there to be a fourth round, but they'll probably not be a fourth round.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. But cool. Well, if you want to predict who you think might win, you have channel points to spend. So you can use the channel points that you've already accrued from watching the Kingslayer stream, and you can predict as many as you want. I think you can predict like 10 channel points. You could predict like 10,000. Like someone just predicted, put 12,000 channel points on an Alex prediction. That is bold. That is a bold prediction. And
Game Panda Plays just subscribed for 30
The thing
months.
is if Garrett gets out his pieces, so the thing is it's a combo deck. He needs pieces out to make it work. He needs the Mushu from last set. He needs some good challengers. He needs his location Thebes out. And if he can get all those pieces out and get the challenge and just one or two challenges in, he can win the game with just 2 challenges, 3 challenges.
Okay.
Because he can earn a ton of lore for free just with challenging. So Thebes will allow him to earn 2 lore whenever a character there banishes another character.
Got it.
Mushu, same thing, 2 free lore when a character banishes another character while that Mushu is in play. So if he has 2 of those Mushus out, he's going to earn 4 lore. I was watching a game he played, I think it was last week, where he earned 11 lore on 1 turn with just a challenge and a quest. So he can definitely get that lore fast. It's just whether or not there's going to be something for him to challenge while he's at it.
Oh, and Garrett's taunting. It looks like first of all, thank you so much to Game Panda Plays, Aaron DM over at Kingslayer. Fantastic channel. If you haven't subscribed over to his Twitch channel, check that out. Also, he's also posting YouTube videos. He and I have a gentleman's challenge, wager of sorts. We're challenging each other to each publish a YouTube video on our respective YouTube channels each week in the month of June. So I actually barely got mine published last week with like 10 minutes to spare at the end of week 1. So it's a way of we're keeping each other honest with our content creation. But Aaron is awesome over at Game Panda Plays. Thank you for the sub. And turn sideways because face is the place. Go big. No going home. That was Anthony that put many, many channel points on Alex here. He's really, really using his, prediction mechanisms. Let's see. A show and tell. Enjoy. Did you see the Resident Evil 9 trailer? Do you like those games? And then Game Panda. Yeah, thank you, sir. Jack Burton. I think I saw that a Resident Evil 9 trailer was published. Resident Evil games scare the crap out of me. I do not do very well with like horror games. My kids love them. I do not. I don't know. I like scary movies. Are you a horror film guy?
unfortunately-
Horror film guy, James?
No, not really.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Garrett has already had to ink 2 of his new set Mushus. That if that Mushu is in play, any other character he plays gets Reckless, Rush, and Evasive.
And he had to ink those.
And he had to ink 2 of them. I'm assuming he plays 4, but it's not great to have to ink a couple of them immediately.
I'm
But
really
it's the other Mushu that is more important.
I'm rooting for Garrett because Anthony has like 13,000 channel points on the line here. He's really all in. So going for the underdog again. Come on, Garrett.
Having to discard off the Mulan, the Namari enchanted there. The other reason why that is disappointing is that Namari can challenge ready characters.
And it had to go into the inkwell.
I had to go get discarded.
Oh,
'cause
discarded.
The Mulan he played is you can draw a card and then discard any card.
Got it.
So in this game, Garrett's not doing great. Looks like he has no hand or 1 card in hand.
Okay.
So he's going to be relying on top decks. There's not a lot of great draw in this Ruby Steel deck. That is the main drawback.
It seemed was Mark's Ruby Steel deck had that machine that allowed him to draw more cards, and maybe Alex's doesn't play that card.
Oh yeah, most likely. I think Mark was playing the item version, and Alex is playing the action version.
Got it.
So it seems to me, since he has not been playing very many actions or items at all.
One of my favorite usernames on Twitch, Stormy Butt Cream, says my favorite stream to watch. Those are the best. Those are the best words. It's only because James is here because we have actual talent on screen tonight, ladies and gentlemen. James is here telling us, breaking it down, making my life so much easier with all this deep meta knowledge. So thank you so much.
Always happy to be here.
That's fun.
I get to enjoy
great.
Lorcana from the comfort of home.
There's something magical when we started streaming a year and a half ago about like being able to be like when I'm done, I can get up and go and like say hi to the kids or like grab a sandwich or something. You know, it's a little bit different. Like streaming in the shops, which I have done, that is fun, but it's not quite. I'm more motivated to do it when it's like the convenience element.
Garrett's really wishing he still had one of those Mulans in play to shift this one on to. But is it going to get turned into ink? Nope. He's holding on to it, hoping for an ink coming into his hand next turn.
And Garrett might be thinking, I'm at 6. Alex is at 2. I'm doing okay here. Would that
He
be?
knows. He knows that. He knows that all Alex has to do is just get set up with all of his ink, and then it's going to be brutal. Like here comes a Scar, and there goes the Robin Hood. He gets to draw out of it, so that's one of his very small pieces of his draw engine. But here comes the lore. Yeah.
I am wearing my Scar shirt, classic Kingslayer representation in the Disney universe.
I am Disney-ish. I mean Disney, but not Lorcana related, but it is Disney-ish with a Star Wars. So
nice. Be fun to see a crossover one day. Some special, even if it wasn't a set, like some special Star Wars cards. If they,
I'm really hoping. I mean, I know a lot of people have very strong opinions one way or the other on having Star Wars as an actual IP in Lorcana, but I'm hoping that at the very least we get specialty sets that have Disney characters dressed as Star Wars characters, like they do in action comics and things like that for comic covers and Mr. Potato Head figures and things like that. So I'm hoping we get something like that in Lorcana.
Yeah, like a Darth Mickey.
Yeah, exactly.
Oof.
Something.
Anthony's saying I need to do more. I think thinks I need to do more jersey merch. People were asking about during the pre-release. Yeah, we actually we're working on our swag game when it comes to making merch is getting better, but historically had not been a strength. But yes, I think that would be fun to do, and we have some actually being designed behind the scenes. We are doing some box tournaments for both One Piece and Lorcana. We're going to have some more competitive events outside of Set Champs that Anthony is working on. So that, I guess that's new. It's Lorcana news, which is going to be. I think Britt and Anthony have been working on some of that stuff. So it could be kind of a fun extra competitive event outside of Set Champs to like maybe build up towards Set Champs.
So here's going to be a fun play. He's going to shift this Mulan, and this Mulan has a very cool ability. I think it's called Triple Shot. He can now, first of all, it's a 2/6, but he has +3 because he shifted it, so it's a 5/6. And whichever character he challenges, he can deal the same amount of damage to 2 other characters.
Triple shot. Yep. Oh, that's cool.
So he's going to challenge into the Tamatoa, take 4 damage, and he's going to banish both the Scar and the other Tamatoa.
That's cool. That was full value there from that one.
That was.
Which,
and that's exactly what he wanted to do, was be able to do that. Unfortunately, he didn't have out any of his combo pieces to get lore off of that.
Okay.
But I think he's happy with just getting the board clear, because there were 2 lore characters out, and now there's only 1.
So it felt like full value, but it was not. there was some more upside that we missed.
It was delaying the end of the game by 2 or 3 turns, maybe.
Queen of Cliche says, furiously taking notes. Nice. Love to see it. Well, lucky for you. There's going to be VODs will be up on YouTube indefinitely, and they'll be up on Twitch for a period of time as well. So if you need to look back and watch some of these plays in more detail, you can do that. But it's awesome. Thanks for tuning in and checking it out.
There's the Mushu we wanted.
A little late, maybe.
You're a few turns too late. Yeah, so that Mushu, when it's in play, whenever challenging, all characters on his side gain resist 2, and whenever they banish a character in a challenge, you can earn 2 lore for free.
Ooh,
he just
that's
has
nice.
to be on the board.
Okay, that would have been a 6 lore swing there. That was the upside we were missing.
Yeah. And so now he has to rush this in using that Vitalosphere.
Okay.
He earns the 2 lore, only takes looks like 1 damage off of it because of the resist. But of course that Maui's going to take it out.
Yeah. I guess it's slowing Alex down a bit.
Yeah. No, your Maui stays. Only takes 4 damage. Only. 1 away. So now all Alex has to do is use his full hand of cards there, and his ink, and just play out his bombs, play his Pirate's Lives, and his McDuck Manor.
Yeah.
It's not loving that.
Yeah.
It's like, how am I going to deal with that?
Yeah, I wonder, do you think Alex might have been holding up playing all these characters, just didn't want to bait out I guess Garrett didn't have any cards in hand really most of this game, so he's probably not worried about be prepared too much.
No. I don't think Garrett, he might not even play Be Prepared, and if he does, he probably only plays 2 copies of it.
Okay. If I'm in Ruby, I'm playing 4 Be Prepareds all the time. Every time.
Yeah, of course, the problem being that this is, the Ruby Steel is a challenge deck. He wants a challenge, and you can't challenge if you keep wiping your characters off the board.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I don't think that Garrett had the best start. He was not able to find the cards he needed. He played multiple Mulans searching for cards and just was not able to find the right ones. And now it's just adding insult to injury here.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
What is that?
That was inking that Aladdin with Let It Go. and then earning
Okay.
lore to win the game with those 2 Maui Sharks out because he played an action.
You know, there's still time. It may look like Anthony's going to run away with his prediction of 12,000 plus channel points here, but I still believe in Garrett. I have to go and check notes and see what are the most embarrassing things that if Anthony does end up getting millions of points here, what are the worst things that can happen to me? Let me check. At 5 million channel points, which he's a ways off, but you know, keep on keeping on. Dye my hair color of choice. Do I have that thing active? I think I do have that active. So hey,
That's
you know, that's
Let me see how many channel points do I have?
It's a good question.
'Cause I never spend them.
See, so 100,000, you could make me do 100 squats, and that may not sound like a lot of squats, but it's a lot.
That is a lot.
10,000.
I have currently 27,000.
See, so you can predict on the matches, and then potentially double that 27,000. And then you could double it again up to that 5 million, and then you could torture me. But I think I need some more. We need some more options here, like some variability.
Some 1 million and 2 million options.
Yes, yeah. Which we'll kind of have to decide how much pain I'm willing to suffer. Yeah, there's some fun ones. Are I could play the Kingslayer's Got You theme song at 10,000. There's Feed Sammy a Treat at 2,000. Those I think are all active. But yeah, and the hydration, some of those basic fun ones. But yeah, well, I need to work on my channel point game. Make that a little more exciting over time. And going into game number 2 with Garrett and Alex, and I'm still waiting on Britt to see if there is an expectation of a 4th round. Friendly bump.
It's a 1-winner night tonight. There needs to be only one undefeated.
Ooh, Joker green for the hair, or Sonic the Hedgehog blue. I'd be fine with either one of those. I think pink requires a little bit of explaining to certain people, where I feel like green or blue hair is just kind of like, okay, this guy's kind of weird, unique. Orange.
I go for bright orange.
Bright orange. And my cousin says, "Come on, 5 million before July." I'm seeing my family in. We're having a lot of family time in July, so she's hoping that I look a different way in July. Ooh.
Not gonna happen.
It's odd based as well, so there have to be other folks predicting. Yeah, so I wonder if Alex wins this match, I wonder if your 12,000 channel points, what those turn. Actually, I might even be able to see on the old predictometer here.
So Garrett does have Thebes in hand now. Oh, and look, he's got some draw with the whole new world. So he's going to ink that Thebes, and I think he's going to play a Thebes.
Nice.
So I think he's got more pieces of his plan in hand this time.
Okay, let's go, Garrett. Woo! Let's keep those points out.
He's got the Vitalosphere for rushing. He's got a 2-drop rush character. And I'm not sure what else I saw in hand. The whole new world for draw. So he can play out a few cards this turn, and then next turn he'll be able to play out his... how much can he play out this turn? He's got 2 Vitalospheres. All right.
He's going to be living the dream, I believe. Come on, Garrett.
Get out the Vitalosphere. Get out the Queen. Oh, he's moving the Mulan into the Thebes there. All right. Getting it ready to quest somewhere.
Okay.
Challenge. There's something to challenge.
Yeah, there's it's a 1-to-1 return rate on the predictions for Alex. It's a 120-to-1 return rate on the predictions for Garrett. So, whew, Garrett.
Wow.
Let's go, Garrett. Come on.
Oh, that doesn't feel good.
It's not what
2 whole new worlds in hand.
It's not what I want to hear. I want to hear good things.
You don't want to. I mean, it's just a waste of a whole new world because now it's an uninkable. You can't ink it to get rid of it before you.
Oh,
play the whole
sure.
new
Yeah,
world,
because you
so-
got to ditch it.
Yep. Let's see what Alex is doing here. See how many cards. I think he only has 2 or 3 cards left in hand. Oh no, he's got a full hand. He's got like 5. There you go. But he's
Okay.
got to get rid of them all.
Oof.
Pretty good. Got rid of a Maui and a Sisu and a McDuck Manor. Can't be unhappy about that.
This is the Wheel of Fortune for Lorcana here. This is a fun card.
Unfortunate for Garrett, the strength on that Maui shark is equal to the willpower on his location.
Mm.
So that location can go away in 1 turn easily. But fortunate for Garrett is he has the new Mushu in hand that turns all characters into rush evasive characters. So he just needs to get that Mushu out and then get something out that has 5 strength, or he can use the Vitalosphere to boost them a little bit, and he can play some characters like that. What has he got in hand? That thing? Maybe that Mulan becomes even a little bit of a bomb when it has rush and a little bit of extra strength. He's got the bow in hand. That's an item that will boost the strength of heroes, and Mulan is a hero. So that 1-drop Mulan could actually take out that shark with the right combo pieces in play.
Okay. You can do it, Garrett. Set it up. Live the dream. Be the dream. Combo.
It's like just get all the pieces out. Just set it up. Who knows what the 7 cards he drew is? Probably more bad stuff, but
Come
we
on.
try.
If you draw 7 cards and they're all bad, maybe the deck is bad?
Could be.
The triple play? We have a full house on
all
the
this filtering.
This is a full house on the table right now.
So now what he's hoping for is a Mulan shift, which he's not going to get rid of a Mulan shift. No, he's not getting rid of a Mulan shift. Of course not.
I was going to say, if that was a 4th Mulan, I'm going to lose my mind.
He's given
He's just going to
Alex a free shot with one of his sharks against that Mulan to get it exerted, so he has something to challenge.
Yeah. And we wouldn't see it be prepared here, would we? Ooh, that's
There's
bad.
the Sisu, and there goes all of his Mulans. Thanks, Sisu.
It couldn't have been the ideal. Yeah, the ideal line.
This Pirate's Life just is now a 6 lore swing with 2 sharks out. Garrett went from 5 to 3, and Alex went from 0 to 4. And then he played another one, sang another one. So he sang 2 in a row, and it is now 8 to 1 instead of 5 to 0. That's not fun.
It's not fun for Garrett at all. We thought we had all the pieces. I thought you said he was going to do well.
There. The pieces were incoming.
You know what? He cast the wrong. Not how far I'll go. Whole new. He cast the wrong Whole New World.
He did. His Whole New World was he picked the wrong universe to
Yeah. Incorrect.
transfer into.
Incorrect, sir. Should have been the correct one. We would be in a different place right now.
Is he going to do it? Is he going to do it?
Live the dream. Triple shot. Oh, he can't do triple. Like, what's it?
I think if he activates the bow onto Calhoun can take out the shark because it gets evasive. The bow gets a +2 strength and evasive.
Okay.
And then the Calhoun earns 2 lore for her ability, and then 2 more lore
From
for the
Mushu.
ability.
Okay.
Uh,
He still has a
has
Sisu and a
3
shark
resists.
to deal with, but
Yeah, she has 3 resist, 1 from her own ability and 2 from Mushu, but the Maui Shark was 7 strength, which was more than enough to, even with -3 on the attack, to take out the 2 strength, or the 2 willpower on the Calhoun. So, got rid of one of the sharks at least.
I love the way
Discussing whether or not.
I love the way that Game Panda and Anthony are juicing the prediction planning here, and this is this is intense. There's a lot riding on. There's a lot.
How many points are we up to? Jeez.
What was it was just 12,000 points, but because Anthony predicted 12,000 points onto Alex, it made the odds so that Aaron only had to predict with 100 channel points to win 12,000. So like it's like there's a 1% chance here that Garrett can not only win this game and the next game, but
yeah, it's looking like a waste of 100 points, but still.
You can dream, you know? Like it's kind of like I saw a trailer or I saw a video on my YouTube feed of a moment in have you seen Moneyball?
Yes.
Great movie. But it was a moment for Moneyball. But yeah, sometimes you just gotta, gotta bet on the underdog. What's up, TN? Wasn't a waste. Yeah, Aaron. Hey, Aaron, you lived the dream, and you only had to wager or predict with 100 channel points. That was awesome. Good to see you, TN. Hopefully life as well. Speaking of another Kingslayer move away. But it's fun. It's fun. Like a lot of times the community members that move away end up being like a lot more active on Twitch because it allows us to kind of hang out. So I love it. You're welcome all the time. Aaron's over here playing penny slots, having a blast. And and Anthony's just putting it all out there. What is that Ruby card that was just played?
That is a set 1 LeFou that when you play it, you can ready chosen character, and they cannot quest for the rest of the turn.
How do you spell? Is it LeFou?
Lefou.
Nice. Good French spelling there.
Fan the Flames.
Well done. Knowledge says, I don't know who to root for. They're both awesome. We're rooting for Garrett. That's Alex knows how much I like Alex, so I can root against him. Maddie's back. Summer is here.
This is for this.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye. And Ryan is back on the Valorant. My 12-year-old's back on the Valorant grind, so we got lots of yelling in my house right now. Come on, Garrett.
Oh,
that's sad. Sad Garrett.
And more sad. There goes all of his free lore.
Let's see. Hold on a sec. I think it depends on no. Oh, there's a pair down. There's a chance we have a 4th round. That's cool. It's a 50-50 that we have a 4th round. So if we don't have a 4th round, we'll go straight to giveaway after this match. If we do have a 4th round, we were going to hang out and wait for it and queue up another prediction. The wheel of Travis punishment will continue. And yeah, if you guys have any suggestions for rewards for channel point rewards, I am open to suggestions. Dean says life is good. If you ever visit the Midwest, you can call me up. 100%. Tien in the chat on Twitch also streams quite regularly. Oh, what do we have? What happened? What did I miss? Robin Hood?
So Alex had 3 lore on board and 18 lore, so he could have just quested to win, but instead he challenged with the Maui Shark and banished the LeFou to get the Pirate's Life back out of it to sing it with the Cusco so he could win on the Pirate's Life.
So he had lethal on board, but he was just squeak.
He decided to do it combo-wise.
Nice. Really just way to rub it in there, Alex. It's awesome.
Exactly. But at least Garrett was laughing, or he was crying. I mean, you can't see him.
There was hand gestures were made,
and there was shaking of the torso that indicated either crying or laughing.
Nice. I love the.
We never saw Super Goof, man. There's a Super Goof in that deck, and we never got to see it played.
We did get to see him live the dream of the triple shot. Of course, it wasn't the full dream because he didn't get the lore off of it, but that was cool to see him take down with the triple shot. That was pretty sweet. And yeah, and Tien, both Aaron and Tien who are in chat are stream, and they're like wizards with Streamer Bot, which has all these crazy fancy things you can do for triggering and automated channel point reward things. Their streams are very fancy. But that was good. Yeah, well, we're gonna see. So yeah, Britt had said there was a pair down, and if he loses the pair down, then we are done. But we're gonna stand by and wait to see if we're gonna have a fourth round or not. But that was let me reward the points here. So the points will be collected because Alex was able to pull that down. Make sure I click the right thing. Complete that right. That was Alex. Yes, Alex pulled that down. And yeah, congrats to Anthony getting a lot of points there. And Anthony says, I vote for any way to punish you with physical challenges. Let's do it. What do we got? Punish away. Do you have any channel points rewards set up on your actually Tien? This is good for Tien and Aaron. What are your like crazy channel point rewards? And then I know you're starting to stream, James. So what do you have any like channel point rewards that you set up yet?
I got nothing. I got nothing set up yet.
Okay.
And like I'm barely streaming where I'm actually like, okay, I managed to connect, my thing to where I actually get a live feed out.
Nice.
So I'm at that point. Now comes like adding like the next thing of like, oh hey, look, now I can move things around on the screen.
Nice.
I can't even use OBS yet.
What are you streaming from? Are you using OBS, but maybe not all the features?
I use it sometimes for like the virtual camera just to show the down camera since I'm using StreamYard for the streaming.
Okay.
And that can't do two cameras. So, well, it can, but you got to pay for it, and I'm not paying for it.
Nice.
But I'm not even paying for it at all because I'm borrowing the Comic-Con blog, San Diego Comic-Con unofficial blog, StreamYard to stream.
Nice.
Very, very generously lending me the access.
For sure. J-Rex says, hi, Travis. Hope you're doing well. I hope you are doing well as well. Thanks for popping in and saying hello. And Aaron says, slap bets? Do I have to get slapped in these? I'm curious. Please elaborate. Am I slapping myself? Do you understand what he's talking about? What's a slap bet?
I actually do. This unless it's from somewhere else. What I'm thinking of is the ones from How I Met Your Mother.
Okay.
And a couple of the characters made a bet early in the show, and the one character, Marshall, was going to be able to slap the other character, Barney, 5 times at a time and place of their choosing, at any point and at any time in the future.
Oh no!
And so over the course of the show, he slapped him 5 times, and it was Jason Segel played Marshall, and come on, the name is escaping me right now, unfortunately. Doogie.
Yes.
Doogie.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he played,
Neil Patrick
Barney.
Harris. Neil Patrick Harris.
I knew it was 3 names. I just could not get it out. So no, throughout the show, there were and they were obviously not real slaps, but man, they made them look good.
Nice. Yeah.
Slaps that knocked Barney across the room.
Yeah, it might be having. Yeah, that'd be rough. That could be. I mean. Yeah, and I don't think there's a way. I was thinking like, oh, I could have like the kids hit me, but I'm like, I don't know if that's the type of parenting. Like, I feel like there's some, like it's that idea sounded fine in my mind for a moment, and then I said it out loud, and I was like, yeah, especially like broadcast. How's your relationship like with your dad? Well, little. It's
Well,
normal.
when I was 14, I got to slap him on a live stream.
That's normal, right?
That was cool.
uh,
So it looks like Garrett and Alex decided to play another match just for fun.
Cool.
So Garrett got out his Blurple deck, and Alex is playing Garrett's Ruby Steel deck.
Love it. Aaron said, we got some chat to catch up on here. The Aaron said that his highest .1 and probably his favorite on his channel is the Panda Dance that he's programmed. It pops up whenever he gets rated. I've seen that one before. His screen shakes and like he sings and dances, and it's pretty funny. Tian has a check and redeem where viewers can pull one of the 9 collectible cards that he's made. Each card has their own rarity and probability to pull. That's cool. And then Aaron says during the holidays he has an advent calendar where once per stream it can be redeemed for a single point and a random meme. Nice. And yeah, we're back. And yeah, we're still, this is kind of bonus round, as James said. We're seeing Alex is piloting Garrett's deck and Garrett is piloting a Blurple deck.
Blurple had a pretty good showing at the Triple Deck tournament in Wisconsin. A lot of people chose that as one of, because since you can't reuse colors, a lot of the combos were Blurple as their deck that they were hoping to be able to win with against another meta deck. Ruby Amber as their aggro deck, which did fairly well. And then Emerald Steel as their I know this is going to get benched deck.
Ruby Steel was the bencher, huh?
Emerald Steel.
Emerald Steel. Okay, got it.
For most people. It's interesting. Garrett has built this with Bruni in there, a 4-cost 2/2 evasive with 2 lore. That when it is banished, it goes back to your hand, I think.
Okay.
It's either back to your hand or it draws a card. I can't remember which. But no one ever plays that card in a deck.
Bruni. Is that? I'm trying to remember what the heck that is.
Little.
Is it a fish?
Fire.
Oh,
fire creature,
salamander dude.
Throws it too.
Yes. Yes, of course. My cousin is my 4-year-old cousin is going to show me Treasure Planet because I still haven't seen Treasure Planet. So when they're here this summer, we're having a sleepover and we're watching Treasure Planet.
Nice. I actually have not seen it either. It is on our list, though. We are still, from the beginning of Lorcana, have been going through all of the Disney movie history.
Okay.
The animated movies, and we are currently in the late 90s. So Treasure Planet will be coming up soon.
How many films? Are you going films only? Are you doing TV shows as well?
Yeah.
Films only. Okay.
Films only.
How many Disney movies are there?
In the animated movies?
Or I guess what in your trajectory here as you're going through the Disney universe? Yeah, I guess are you doing animated only?
Yeah, we're doing Walt Disney animated feature movies.
Okay. How many? How many are
are released in theaters?
Is there 100, 200, 300?
Around 60.
Okay, reasonable.
We went for a long gap where we didn't watch any, and then now we're watching about one every 2 weeks or so.
Okay, and you're in the 90s?
We're in the 90s. I think our next one is, I think it's possibly going to be Hunchback or something like that, or Mulan, one of those.
And no Pixar?
Not yet. No, we're going to do Pixar after we're done.
Okay.
We're going to do Pixar because Pixar is coming to Lorcana next year.
Okay. See, it's
so
good.
That's why we waited to do it.
Lot of love in the chat for Treasure Planet, and would rank it up there with Muppet Treasure Island. Interesting,
because the Muppet movie that most people consider to be the treasure is A Muppet Christmas Carol.
Yeah, the original Muppet movie is one that my dad just like loved when we were kids, and was he was like obsessed with it just because it had a bunch of like adult humor like mixed in that kids just don't get, not necessarily like too crude or anything, but enough to where like kids just don't get, like he's just laughing. My dad's like his eyes are all like watering and he's just like bent over laughing about stuff, like the movie that we had seen like 30 times, and we just still didn't quite understand why are we watching this movie again, like But, yeah, the Christmas. I don't remember the Christmas Carol one, but we'll have to watch that.
It is on Disney Plus. It is very good. It stars Michael Caine and a bunch of Muppets.
Nice. Yeah, the Jason Segel remake was cool. It was fun.
Yeah.
But then I remember the Great Muppet Caper being something I remember enjoying as a kid.
That was the second one. That one was fun.
Yeah.
And the third one was Muppets Take Manhattan.
Nice. Nice.
I remember that one. That one I went to see in the theater. I remember.
I think that reminds me of like I think Ninja Turtles 3 was the Manhattan Ninja Turtles, the video game. I remember that being a very difficult video game. But the third Ninja Turtles movie was, I think they go back in time to Japan, right? Did you seen all the Turtles movies?
Yes. Back to Japan.
Yeah. I haven't watched that in a long time. I wonder if it holds up. My guess is probably not, but maybe.
I think the third one might be better than the second one because the second one has Vanilla Ice in it.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's got ooze. Is it Return of the Ooze or something? Yeah, I love the turtle. I was like very Ninja Turtle kid. That was like my IP when I was teenager or younger. The ninja rap is goated. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Go Ninja, go Ninja, go.
Go Ninja, go.
Yeah, it's great. That could be a TCG. No, nobody needs that, but it could be a fun like. Is there Ninja Turtle Magic the Gathering cards announced? Is that already a thing? I feel like everything's been announced at this point. Maybe it was a secret layer. Ooh, you ooze, you lose. I wonder if that was a tagline for the ads. Remember the old 90s movie trailers or like the TV commercials always had some really cheesy punchline.
Yes. I don't know if you've heard of it or listened to it, but the "How Did This Get Made" podcast.
Not familiar, but tell me more.
It's three actors who cover bad movies and ask the question, "How did this get made?" And it's basically just a chance for them to riff on the movie and do fun stuff. But
yeah,
for part of it, they read off some of the taglines of the original movie when it was released. And yes, there have been some classic taglines throughout the years.
At this point, anything and everything can be a potential universes beyond set. Indeed.
Yeah. Except Walt Disney Animated Studios.
Yeah,
that's Lorcana.
Yes, that makes sense. The one that I remember, I guess I don't know if this was. I'm trying to remember when Star Wars Episode 2 came out, but I think is Episode 2 the one where like Yoda starts fighting with his saber.
Yes,
I remember
2002.
Do you remember that? Do you remember the trailer? We've got a B Squared raid coming in with a party 5. Welcome, Raiders. We're hanging out watching Lorcana.
Brandon.
What's up?
He's one of the casters for Worlds.
Nice. What's up, Brandon? Thanks for popping in, and good luck at Worlds in a couple weeks. But yeah, thanks for cruising by. We are in a bonus round here, and round number 4 is going to start here probably in about 10 minutes. Thanks for popping in. But you, James, and appreciate the follow, Magical Mandy. Appreciate that. Do you remember the tagline for Episode 2 on the trailer? And I think this trailer wasn't like a launch trailer. It was like after it had already been in theaters for a couple weeks. Do you remember the tagline?
No.
It was they like showed Yoda. This is how you know the trailer had been out for a couple weeks because like everyone had already seen the movie. But it showed Yoda fighting with his lightsaber, which was like kind of a big reveal in the movie. Like you don't know that he's gonna he's like this kind of decrepit old Yoda man. But I kind of preface the tagline here. But the tagline says, "Huda man, Yoda man." And he's like dancing around in the trailer, like was you like fighting Count Dooku or whatever. It's just ridiculous. But yeah, that was one of my favorites.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
It got the people going, got them in, and welcome in Raiders, welcome in Magical Mandy and B Squared. Appreciate that, and yeah, good luck casting. Hopefully you have a great time over in Orlando.
So the follower you just got, Magical Mandy, she is don't hurt me if this is wrong, but I think she is married to one of the world's contenders.
Okay, excellent, awesome. And our feed will come back in just a moment here. We're in a extra session game waiting for round 4 to start, but sometimes we lose it for a moment. And yeah, we're streaming live from our Lake Forest store when we get the feedback here. And we have 14 players in this event tonight and a great team there at the store holding it down. But that's great. Yeah, awesome stuff. All the heroes of Lorcana hanging out with us on the stream tonight.
So it took me, I can't believe, I guess I wasn't paying close attention, but I finally figured it out. The Blurple deck that Garrett is playing is a frozen deck.
How dare you not know that
that
immediately?
popsicle.
Yeah, the popsicle. Hold on.
Is from Zootopia, but a majority of the cards that he's playing are from Frozen, which is why things like Gale and Bruni are in this deck, and Sven and Olaf.
Got it. And
So
popsicles.
Most of the cards are from Frozen.
Popsicles probably existed in the Frozen universe, so it's not a huge leap. And it is a Frozen piece of. It's a Frozen item.
It is a Frozen thing.
Yes.
Now the problem is that that Madam Mim Fox right there that you just
okay.
played.
Now we're off the
we're nowhere near Frozen.
What is this enchanted card that just got removed?
That is Namari. I think it's a set 2 card where she has Bodyguard and the ability to challenge ready characters.
How do I spell that?
Namaari.
Thank you. Excellent. And Mandy is Mo's wife, and I played against Mo on Lorcanito a few days ago. Nice. I know that Alex and Mark Hannum both play a lot of the digital versions of the game that exist in the realm, and queue a lot of games in there. So there are some players in this stream that you might have come across. I don't have their handles or usernames on the stream accessible, but it ends up being a pretty small world when you're jamming competitive Lorcana. I feel like that's one of the cool parts about the game is that it brings folks together.
Yep.
There is snow on the ground in the Madam Mim Fox card, is what Ferrovax is saying. We'll take it.
Anything that's possible, right?
Yeah.
And challenge and go up to 19 lore, and then we're good to go.
Nice.
And throws the enchanted Elsa down.
Oof.
Throws the $800 card down onto the table after losing.
Oh no. Oh, twice.
It does it again.
That's great. Is that Alex's deck or is that Garrett's deck? Because I'm pretty.
That's Garrett's. Yeah. That's
okay. I was gonna say that's great. I would kind of want that to be Alex because that wouldn't surprise me if it was Alex's deck because the Hannum brothers. I don't know if they both do, but I know Alex likes to play his enchanteds.
They bling. Look at that. Putting the enchanted on top, of course, showing off the enchanteds.
Nice. Good times. Yeah, no, it's good. We need more good channel point rewards for torture. The slap challenge, I don't know if that's gonna be tough. Cause who would slap me?
I mean, you don't want to really ask that question.
I don't. Is it you?
Like who was getting? Like, are you getting slapped?
I think I'm. If this is the Kingslayer channel, I think I'm the one getting slapped here. If that was.
I don't really want to ask the question who is going to slap me because I'm pretty sure the volunteers would be numerous.
Okay. Good to know.
Just for teams,
that makes me.
Not just because I want to slap that Travis guy, but also because I'm the one. I get to be the one who says that I slapped that Travis guy.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, that would be. That would be. Yeah, I mean, if we were mirroring the How I Met Your Mother directly, there would be 5 slaps,
right,
and potentially 5 different slappers. But that would be I love how Aaron just jumps right in. I think it might have taken about a half a second to volunteer. Stormy Butt Cream says you can't slap a guy with glasses. That's true. That would hurt. Yeah. And in How I Met Your Mother, it was like the person getting slapped was unaware. Like, right? The skit is that they don't know it's coming, I assume.
Oh, they definitely played it up for the comedy. So sometimes he didn't know when it was coming, and other times the whole point of like an entire episode was that he told him at the beginning of exactly when he's going to slap him, and then let him worry about it for like days.
What was the
the slap that's coming?
What bet did he lose in order to have to take 5 slaps?
I don't even remember. It was dumb. It was really dumb. But I don't remember what it was.
Yeah. I feel like you have to lose. Yeah, there has to be a wager must be made. And yeah, if I put it on the channel point rewards, then that's like sacred. That's like canon, you know. So like, I have to think long and hard about that. I mean, I'm willing to do a lot of other types of punishments, you know, like exercise type things that are embarrassing. Like I did the like I did when I streamed World of Warcraft. I had my streamathon. I did 50 push-ups on stream, and I like took a second camera outside, and Maddie watched me exert myself to failure multiple times, and like that was, you know, it's really embarrassing, but reasonable, you know.
Yeah. I don't know. What could we do? Oh.
Okay, Stormy Buckreen just said what the bet was, and I probably won't read it out loud. Something about Robin being in a certain type of film.
Right.
Something.
Oh,
Yeah.
because she said, because she said she was in something when she was in Canada, and everyone got the wrong impression of what it was. And
Got it.
It was something else entirely.
Yeah. Yeah. And so yeah, that was, yeah. If you know, good to know. Good to know. Yeah, we could see. I think we could do some other pain. We could see. You know, this is wet clay. We can form this as we go, as we continue the journey here. I'm just excited to have a successful stream without technical difficulties, because I've had some of that in the last couple months, and we've got like a new setup, new feed rolling. We've got the legend. We've got the GOAT in James here with the perfect, immaculate play-by-play, which makes my life so much easier. And we got Britt at the store holding it down. We've got some really fun friends in chat. And Aaron streams constantly. He's a variety streamer and has a lot of fun stuff going on. So Aaron, Game Panda Plays, he's making a new D&D world from scratch. As far as I understand, it's still like 5th edition rules, more or less, or 5.5. But he is making it from scratch, and his chat is actually dictating what happens in the world. And he's got like chat commands that he's built into the stream. So the chat will be playing in the game basically, and he'll be DMing while he's streaming. So kind of a fun take. So if you're curious of D&D kinds of things, go and check him out. But yeah, Lorcana's happening. Do you think? Do you expect? Oh no, never mind. Because is there any sort of Anaheim event scheduled at all for Lorcana?
We don't know.
Okay.
Because they're going to announce the next DLC schedule at Worlds in a few weeks.
Okay. So then we'll know.
I mean, anyone intrepid wants to, they can start like investigating all of the venues that it might possibly be held at across the nation, and just find out if anything's on the schedule for all of those venues. But you know,
that's crazy.
Wait 2 weeks. Just wait 2 weeks.
Yeah, it'd be nice if when they did all this this knowledge drop of, you know, the kind of the roadmap, that it would have some points on the roadmap to put on your, you know, your schedules. But you know, we're still, I guess, so maybe at Worlds we're going to get some announcements, is what you're feeling.
Yeah, and they said that there will be DLCs before the end of the year.
Okay.
They did say that. So I'm expecting that they're going to announce something for right after the Fabled rotation. So sometime in either late September or October, the DLCs should start up again.
Cool. I'll be here for it. That'll be fun. Yeah, and I think we'll have, like I said, we're announcing soon a box tournament or a case tournament of sorts. That'll be a little bit more competitive, and I think the intention is to do that before set champs, to give folks a chance to test at a competitive level, and then we'll have set champs, of course. But yeah, and then it's really like the summer there's all sorts of other card games have things going on, of course. And then we've got Gundam and Riftborn are coming very, very soon. So there's a lot of excitement there. Pokemon's obviously crazy. The black white sets come out. The Japanese versions of those came out the end of last week. But those are like the new fancy it's basically prismatic evolutions all over again. And I think folks are going to be really hyped about that. But yeah, the game store, the trading card game world is a very, very busy and chaotic place. But it's nice to have some Lorcana time, of course.
It's interesting to see how long this level of hype lasts for Pokemon.
Yeah,
I don't think it can sustain forever. I mean, there's always been dips and then rises again, but we'll see how long this rise lasts because it's been going for a little while now.
This is a 7-month hype. Really since because the set right before Surging Sparks, I think it was Twilight Masquerade, had no issues. Like we were even scaling back our Pokemon ordering because we just couldn't sell it. And maybe it was temporal forces. I can't keep track, but yeah, Paradox. Yeah, one of those rifty sounding things. And yeah, ever since November, everything's been pretty much out of stock. Like we successfully, as a game store community, distributors have changed the way they've changed the distribution level has changed their business model to where they mark up stuff before it gets to us, almost on release or like right after release date. Like we'll get our allocation of stuff at like traditional cost, and then they'll start marking it up and selling it to us at market price or slightly below. And there's not really a checks and balances system at all in play for that. So which like hikes up the price for the consumer. And because there's scarcity and it's Pokemon, people want it more. And so as soon as they find out that they can't have it, they want it more. And so then it just like drives up, drives up the FOMO. And yeah, I don't know if we can get back because the other, like all these print houses are scheduled so far in advance, like, 18 months in advance. So there's not, they can only make so many more like printing machines to catch up with demand. And then there's so many more people onboarding into the hobbies now. Like we have a lot of new people playing the games and getting into the collecting side. A video I posted 2 weeks ago was I interviewed the line of people that were waiting outside for Pokemon. And it was interesting to hear there was a guy and his, I assume it was his girlfriend that spent the night outside the shop waiting for the new Destin Rivals set, and full on like showed up at 11. They were the first people in line and like slept underneath the front door, like. And I interviewed him and it was like, kind of asking some generic questions about the hobby, and he tells this brief story that's in the video, but this talks about how he lost his love for the hobby. And then, but recently his friends started getting back into it, and now he's like really excited about collecting Umbreons, and like that was his objective. I think everyone like kind of makes objectives if they're playing a game or if they're collecting something. Like my Dreamcast objective is I want to collect all the North American games for Dreamcast, and I'm about like 30% of the way there, and I'm kind of taking a break, but I'll get back to it. And so for him, Pokemon is that thing for him. His friends are getting back into it, and so he's on this hunt for Umbreons and like kind of only Umbreons, and so that was. So yeah, everyone kind of interfaces with the hobby in different ways, from collecting or what have you, and it's the community part. Even for him, it's the community of friends that brought him into wanting to wait for midnight. Actually, which brings up, I have a question for you. Unless you have any thoughts on that rant, what or how many times have you done an overnight for any sort of product release?
For a product release?
Mm-hmm. And chat opens up to chat too if anyone. And so, what's up, Meeple Leader? But yeah, anyone in chat? Open it up. What have you?
I have waited in line a very long time for panels at Comic-Con.
Nice.
Like definitely overnight, sometimes longer.
More than a day for a panel at Comic-Con. Do they have lines start that early?
Yeah, technically, personally, I did not wait for the entire time. But a group of people I was with traded off spots in line and held spots for everyone else from 9 p.m. Wednesday night for a entry into the room at 9 a.m. Friday morning.
What was the panel?
Star Wars: Force Awakens.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
And it was the entire cast of the 9 main cast members, including the 3 classic Star Wars cast members,
Ooh,
Mark and Carrie and Harrison.
that's cool.
And then immediately at the end of the panel, J.J. Abrams was like, "Hey, you guys want to go see a concert?" And then 6,000 people walked a quarter of a mile back behind the convention center to the shell that they have there for concerts, symphony concerts, and we saw a Star Wars symphony concert with fireworks.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That was just like a surprise treat.
Yep. Total surprise.
That's so cool.
Including to Kevin Smith, whose panel was next.
So he
The entire room of 6,000 people got up and left.
Oh god. What was he promoting?
Oh, he just goes to Comic-Con to yak because he's a professional talker.
Yeah. That's so funny. Okay, let me set up. We've got our 4th round is coming up here, getting this stuff together. It looks like we have Mark and Brian for the feature match for the winner take all for our Thursday night Lorcana at Lake Forest. And I'll get to some chat here. Yeah, I waited in line at Hall H one time. I went to Comic-Con twice. Waited at Hall H once, and it was for The Walking Dead. I couldn't tell you what year it was for, and we didn't make it in. Like we waited, and we like didn't make the cut or what have you. So that was my Hall H experience.
Well,
was not making it in.
The Walking Dead was that year. It was one of the panels before Star Wars because Star Wars wasn't until 5 p.m. that night.
Interesting. Maybe it
So
was.
We got in the room at 9 a.m., but we then had to sit there through a bunch of other panels.
That's hilarious. Nice. Yeah, this may not be my only overnight release. It's the only one I can think of was the launch of Vanilla World of Warcraft at the Fountain Valley Fries. I was living in Acton, California, which is up in like Palmdale, and and I was 16, I believe, 16 or 17, and my parents let me and my buddy drive down, and we waited overnight. I guess it wasn't technically overnight. I don't remember what time we got into the line, but it was a midnight release for Vanilla WoW, and all the developers were there signing copies and stuff like that. But I got a collector's edition, and the line wrapped around the entire Fry's building. But I'm a big World of Warcraft fan, and that I've ran into lots of folks that were now that were also like, oh yeah, I was there. Like, oh, that's so cool. that was my big WoW moment.
I was actually at the very first Walking Dead panel, I think, at Comic-Con, which was in Ballroom 20 at the time, back in 2010.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I think it was the first season panel. I don't know if it was before or after the season though.
That's cool. It was so good, and I think I've gone back and kind of worked through getting finishing it or being caught up, and because I'd fallen off at some season at some point. But man, those first number of seasons, pick a number, but the first 2 for sure, but maybe the first 5 seasons of Walking Dead were so good.
I think I've only ever seen the first season.
Season 2 is also like so good. Not that you need to go back this moment and watch it, but 1 and 2 were like very critical, awesome, and then they kind of like over time. Seth says, I used to do midnight releases for Call of Duty. The GameStop where I lived had a huge event in the parking lot one year. Nice. That's fun, especially if you're into the Call of Duty franchise. Like that could be a fun rite of passage every year, every other year. Halo 2 and Halo 3 and Modern Warfare 2 and 3. Those were the days. And Kevin Smith better than any sequel movie. Nice. I know that Anthony and his friend Kyle are big Jay and Silent Bob fans. I too am a fan of Jay and Silent Bob. I remember having that movie as a kid. It was great. Are you a fan as well?
Yeah.
Nice.
I've sat through I think only one Kevin Smith panel at Comic-Con, but I do have like a signed poster from him and most of his movies on disc. So
nice. Physical media.
Physical media.
Nice. Physical media. I've been getting into way too much physical media this year, so it's good to know you're one of the good guys.
Yeah, I try never to buy it on digital.
Yeah, I wasn't that way until very recently, and now I'm like, now we're going through collecting. 4K is is a expensive hobby if you're going that route. But are you doing the 4K lifestyle?
Oh yeah.
I think have we talked about this before?
I
Maybe
don't
not.
think so.
Okay.
I don't buy as much as I used to because 4K is expensive.
Yeah.
But important movies we do buy in 4K, whether they're important to me or my wife, we will buy them. But that's narrowed down to like no more than like 10 movies a year.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. No, it's I was looking at like slowly transitioning to I got a NAS and a Plex server set up in the house, so I'm like kind of doing that whole thing too, and kind of moving our movies into the like our own version of the cloud or whatever, and looking at what streaming services to cut. And the HBO is kind of the easiest one, but that has my two favorite shows of all time, which are Silicon Valley and Game of Thrones. So I've got those on, well, Game of Thrones is on 4K, Silicon Valley is on Blu-ray, and season 5 and season 6 are DVD only, not even Blu-ray. So
yeah,
rough. But anyways, yeah, we could talk about physical media for a while, but you might want to catch us up on what's going on with the match.
Okay, so it's Mark with Ruby Sapphire against Brian on Emerald Steel. We saw Brian in the first round against AJ, who was also on Ruby Sapphire, and that did not go well for AJ. So we're going to see if Mark can change Ruby Sapphire's fate against this aggro deck.
I need to make my prediction. I forgot to do the prediction. It's coming up. It's going to be fast. It's going to be Mark and Brian on the predictometer. And I'm just going to do a 5-minute prediction instead of a 10-minute prediction. Sorry, continue.
So we've already had a Be Prepared played, and now it looks like we're just going to see if Mark can control the board while Brian plays out these 2 and 3 lore characters that are just going to quest away.
Skydoll says, "Holy,
get there fast.
Holy shit, Anaheim is nuts right now," says Skydoll. Is that what's going on in Anaheim? Is it like real world stuff or?
Oh, maybe.
Please don't be in Orange County.
That's where I am, and I'm doing fine.
Okay. Protest all around Disneyland. Okay. Well, hopefully it's peaceful and people are
Okay.
safe.
I thought it was going to be up in like the La Habra, Brea area today.
God.
I heard. Because one of the guys I work with lives up there, and he's like, "Oh, it's going to be great trying to get home."
Jeez. Yeah, I've been so immersed in, I guess self-centered, like immersed in my own world for like of all the card game releases that like I was playing games with my cousin who lives in Canada, and he's like, "Oh, like how you doing?" Or is it crazy down there? And I was like, type away. I'm like, before I answer the question, I'm like,
what's going on that I need to be worried about?
And then I'm like, oh shit! Like I'm just like, this is, I'm like, man, I'm so like, I need to be more.
My friend in Texas texted me with like a joke of some kind involving LA and like something I can't remember, and I'm like, I'm sure that would be funny if I kept up on current events, but
yeah,
that did not hit.
Yeah, did miss the target. Yeah, which is it's very important and serious stuff, and I think we, my wife is Mexican and has like her as a family of immigrants and tons of siblings that cousins and siblings and aunts and uncles that live a lot in Orange County and a lot still in Mexico, and there's so there's very real ramifications and things happening that are really scary, and that's like, it's very difficult and tough to swallow, tough to watch, and it's tough to like talk about a card game when all that stuff is happening. But I think that ends up being kind of the purpose of the third space at Kingslayer, ends up being like, this being the place where folks can disconnect from that a little bit, and not to be insensitive to the moment, but I think it's hard to speak to it and give it the appropriate gravity, I think, when sometimes our job ends up being to kind of distract.
Yeah.
But yeah, here we go.
So we're still in the trying to set things up mode for Mark. getting all those items out. He's got a dime out, so he's definitely got his win condition out. Now he just needs to find a Tamatoa and get some more of those. Use the Sapphire Coil to reduce the strength on that Calhoun so that Sisu could banish it on play. And just continuing to use 2 ink to get 2 lore out of that Tamatoa with a dime.
Nice.
Or out of that dime with the Tamatoa.
And this is still game 1, correct?
Yeah, it's still game 1. Brian has definitely slowed down because he's having most of his characters banished very quickly after they're played. This Bagheera is pretty nice. We didn't see much play of this in the meta, but it's a bodyguard that deals 2 damage to all opposing characters when it is banished. Similar to the Giant Mickey, just a smaller version. It's like a grab your sword on a body. So we'll see if this helps him deal with it at all. I think he might leave this Bagheera until he finds he probably is looking for Let It Go or something like that to get rid of it without banishing it.
That steel card is Bagheera?
Yeah.
Nice.
The only thing that it would hit is his Sisu if the Bagheera did go away.
Got it.
But there's the Tamatoa, and he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items in play. So he quests for 3, and then he will... Does he have the ink? I think he has the ink. He was able to play that popsicle for free with the Tamatoa quest.
Got it.
And it looks like he has enough, and I think that's the win.
Nice.
So that Tamatoa, the dime was able to get 7 lore off of that Tamatoa.
Queen of Cliche says, being informed while providing a safe space can be a fine line to walk. Thankfully, empathy and compassion are just as powerful as laughter. All those combined are bright light. Well said. Well said. Love it. All right, going to game number 2. What does Brian got to do differently here to outlast the Ruby Sapphire brother?
He has to get his high lore characters out faster.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he played Calhoun, and I think he played even 2 Calhouns and an Ursula, and those Calhouns generally does well, but there's really was nothing to challenge, so the Calhoun doesn't do its best job, which is to earn 2 lore on a banish.
Got it.
And so he wasn't playing his multiple merfolks and into his other 2 lore characters, so he wasn't able to rush that lore out as fast as he did in the previous games we saw him play in the first round.
And Brian wasn't the player that had the empty sleeves, right? That was who was that?
No, that was
AJ in round number 1. Nice.
Crazy. I just saw.
Yeah.
It looks like Brian is even playing with the set 1 Cusco, which is another 3 lore card that comes out on turn 5.
Fun.
So if he can get up to 5 ink, and he has now that both the Goofy and the Cusco are both 3 lore characters with Ward, that the only way that Mark will be able to interact with them is with Be Prepared or the Big Sisu.
No spot removal, just board wipage.
Yeah. Yep, because the ward prevents any of the actions and characters that he has that would be able to target them.
Stormy Butt Cream is not happy with the red-blue in the finals. Not happy.
It looks like Brian has a better hand. He's got 2 Curse Merfolk in hand, so let's see if he has 2 1-drops to play next turn to really push the lore and force some plays here. Put Mark on the back foot and get that lore out fast and go to game 3. See what he can do.
Let's do it.
Yeah, he does have 2 1-drops. Captain Hook isn't the greatest to have out, but at least it's something.
Sure. I mean, it's going to pressure Mark pretty quickly because Mark takes a while to get set up, right?
Yeah. Tipo will be able to take out one of the merfolk if he needs to, but at the expense of having to discard a card. Which is what Brian is hoping for, is to make him discard. So now he can't play a brawl. The Pete is now preventing a brawl on Mark's next turn.
That's good.
Which means he is going to have to use a character to challenge to get rid of those merfolk to slow him down.
Maybe another Pete here wins the game early.
I mean, it would get him a whole lot closer than it did last game.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to quest for at least 4 next turn to go up to 11. He did have the Sisu that took care of one, so he'll be able to take care of the other one with the Tipo.
Mm-hmm.
But he's, again, going to have to discard a card. So we'll see if that's what he chooses to do or if he's going to leave it. Nope, he's going to take care of it. Discards the big Sisu that isn't going to do him much good for a few turns.
Sure. Speedy inking there. That was a speed. That's
like,
Spa.
what did you show off? What was that inked?
That was so fast.
And he's just going to quest. He's going to be like, hey, come at me.
Yeah. Smee again.
So putting out 2 Smees with 4. That's 4 lower on board now. And the 3/3 means that it is not able to be hit by Brawl or the Sisu.
Yeah. And we're
either Sisu.
We're one. I think we're still 1 turn away from. Oh, I got distracted. 1 turn away from be prepared, right? That's not going to happen yet.
Oh, it depends on if he can ramp anymore, but he is 3 turns away if he can't ramp.
Okay.
Which is more than enough turns for Brian at the rate he's going.
Got it.
And I think Mark only has either 2 or 3 cards in hand right now. He's down to 3. That Sapphire Coil will allow him to reduce the strength of one of those, and it allow him to brawl it. So he is able to get rid of one of those Smees.
Okay.
He is down to 1 card, and it looks like it's a develop your brain. So he will just be hunting for something next turn. Is this a go-go?
Do you believe in miracles?
It's not looking good. It's not looking good for Mark this game. Looks like it was a Maurice's workshop, not a develop. So it'll allow him to draw.
Okay. Decisions.
So what he's going to do now is going to reduce the strength of that hook and run both of his characters into it and take no damage so they can survive.
Okay.
Get at least 1 lore off the board. And that is allowing that Smee to last at least 1 more turn.
Okay.
Because that Pluto is a bodyguard. It's a 5/5 currently. As soon as it has damage, it'll go down to a 1/5. So we'll see what... Oh, nope. He didn't get an answer, so he is scooping, and we're going to game 3.
Going to game 3. Round number 4. There was some lore that I missed here.
Deck is supposed to work.
Let's see. It was Mark says Lorcana Goons love me, and Brian says his second favorite card is the Emerald Chromacon.
He didn't get that out in either game.
Maybe it's coming. Maybe he was just doing that to pump fake Mark. Make him think it's coming.
So the reference of Lorcana Goons is twofold. There is a card from set 1 called Goons. It is the henchman that Maleficent uses in her castle.
Okay.
To send out and do her dirty work. But also, there is a content creator called the Lorcana Goons.
Love me a dual reference. Classic stuff. Classic stuff from Mark. We'll expect nothing less.
They're actually local. They're here in LA. They
okay.
do content creation all over. I've met him a few times. He's he's a great guy, and he has actually a nice team behind him to help him out. So
Cool.
they do a lot of cool stuff. They do market watches and they do gameplay and things like that.
Cool. Yeah, are we seeing more partnership stuff from Ravensburger? Is that something we're seeing? Them
Yes,
connecting with
yes,
content creators a
actually.
little bit more.
They are, as of this last set, sending out product for review and all that kind of stuff. I was actually able to get a few things from them.
That's right.
And able to do review videos and some box openings and such. So I was very thankful that I was able to get that. Not very many are on the list yet. It's apparently this whole thing that everything has to go through Disney. And so apparently I can actually say I am Disney approved.
Ooh.
In some way.
Nice. Hey, that's a big deal.
I don't know how. I don't know why. I mean, apparently, I helped him at D23, like a couple of events for the D23 side of things.
Cool.
I was able to, at the Anaheim Packing District, before D23, they did like a learn to play thing for some of their games, and I helped him out for the Lorcana stuff.
Nice.
And then at the holidays last year, I was able to go to the Walt Disney Studios lot and help them again with a Lorcana Learn to Play on the lot while
No
they were
way.
doing their D23 event. Yeah,
That
was really cool.
That's fun.
For 2 days, for like Thursday and Friday, they did it for employees, and then on Saturday it was for D23 members.
Okay.
And I was there for all 3 days, and I got to see got to walk past the stages, like where they filmed Mary Poppins and a bunch of other stuff over the years, and got to see in the distance the animation building, where all of the classic animation movies were drawn.
Yeah. That's all. And so you got to help teach them how to play Lorcana. Was that kind of the role?
Yeah, hand out packs and teach people who wanted to learn how to play Lorcana.
Nice.
Employees and their families and D23 members and everything.
Excellent. Dan Regal for the Lorcana Hall of Fame says Blitz. I feel like that's a lock. I think whenever the Hall of Fame voting begins, I think you should be casting Worlds. We're getting you started your career here. Obviously with podcasting first, but then some play-by-play. That we got to get you. Let's just get you to Orlando for this year's Worlds.
I wish that would be pretty awesome. I would love it.
I think that would be.
Guys,
you'd be pretty awesome. I think you've got an angle and approach. I think that could do really well.
Oh, that's cool. I like that. I like hearing that because I do want to do it someday, but we'll see how it goes. I will say, like with the raid we had earlier from Brandon, he's one of the casters, and all the other casters that they have are all very good, and I do think that they picked a lot of the best people that they could have. There are so many good casters that they used throughout both here and in Europe, but so there was always going to be someone left out. But I think that they've got a really good team that are doing it. So if you're watching it, I think you're not gonna be let down by people who are casting the Worlds.
I think no matter what, I'm gonna watch Worlds, and I'm gonna have an empty space in my heart for someone that should be there casting, and this is gonna be the shadow on the screen, this void.
Maybe next year.
Okay, we'll speak it into existence. We streamed Flesh and Blood not last week but the week prior, and it I was solo, and I don't play Flesh and Blood. I have played Flesh and Blood, but there was a sealed High Seas was the newest set, and so I was able. They have something similar to Dreamborn for I could pull up cards and filter them, and I was able to find cards eventually. It's really Lorcana is really nice on screen in some ways, and in some ways it's not. They're really nice on screen because you can see the card identity a lot better because of the 6 colors. It's it's easy for you to do card identification just by seeing the card, and the art is a little bit more iconic. Flesh and Blood is not that. It's really hard to tell because they have cards separated by champion. It's really hard to tell what type of card is what filter you would apply to it unless you play the game a lot. The quick version of the story is someone found us on TikTok while I was streaming and helped me do play-by-play through the whole event. And an avid Flesh and Blood fan just discovered us on TikTok. Andrew works at Kingslayer, went to the event last weekend in Vegas and played in a bunch of events. The first event he plays in, he gets up at 4 a.m. in the morning, drives out there, plays in day 1 of this event, his opponent in round 1 was the guy that joined me. He's like, Kingslayer? I was like, yeah, like, oh, I was in your stream. I helped like that random guy like get through the whole event or whatever. And so Andrew was like, that you wouldn't believe the odds of like running into
That's
them.
crazy.
But it's pretty fun to the content creation world, even for small creators, can be really fun and like have these moments like us where we're just kind of like stumbling, like having folks that are streaming worlds pop into the stream, raid the stream is like super rad, super fun.
So we had an interesting interaction here where Brian played Lyle Tiberius Rourke and gave the small Sisu Reckless on the next turn. So what Mark did is he shifted the big Sisu on and banished the Tiberius Rourke and the other character that was in play. I can't remember what it was right now. But then there was also an Exerted Pete in play. And because the way Lorcana works is even though he shifted the big Sisu on, any granted abilities carry over. So that Reckless carried over, and he had to challenge into that with the Sisu. He couldn't quest with it.
Interesting. That's cool. I was going to ask you if the Reckless, excuse me, I'm a little restless, but if Reckless did carry over from Sisu to Sisu there, that's good to know. Is that if it was a morph into a Sisu or something like that, would it still keep it?
Anything, so any abilities on the character that you shift onto go away when you shift onto them unless they were granted or given to them or in some way during the turn or on the previous turn. As long as they're active that turn, then they're active when you shift.
Okay.
If there's damage, the damage carries over. If like it was given ward somehow, the ward carries over.
Okay.
So anything that was not printed on the card that you shifted onto carries over.
Cool. Stormy Butt Cream says, I'd rather have James host than Specky. Since I don't know who that is, and Blitz also seconded that. I don't know who that is, so I apologize if that's you in the chat. But
Spessy.
Spessy, sorry,
is a caster who casted a lot of the European games, and he is actually a very good caster, but he was one of the ones that a lot of people were upset did not get picked to cast Worlds. The only one from Europe that did is Baker, the Lorcana villain, who I think is an excellent choice. I really love listening to him cast. Specimen also is a good caster. I am okay with him not casting, but I would have also enjoyed listening to him because I think he does have good contributions. But thank you for picking me over Spessy.
So we have a voting system. We got to get you in there. Wasn't there so I can't remember if it was Lorcana or what game it was. Wasn't there some drama for some like Lorcana event that happened in like in the East? See what I'm talking about?
The Melbourne event did have drama with a rule sharker in the top. Was it the top 8 or the top 4?
I was thinking there was some like caster drama, like a caster said something inappropriate or whatever, and they may have got shown the door.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Okay, maybe it wasn't Lorcana. Maybe it was something else.
Might have been something else.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was something else. I think I vaguely recall something coming through.
Yeah. Words were said.
Stone Dragon.
Stone Dragon.
Great Stone Dragon. Whenever if I net deck a blue deck of any kind, I will, even if I go to 61 cards, I will put a Great Stone Dragon in almost all the time because I love that card.
Nice.
It's stupid, and I shouldn't, but I do it anyway because I'm like, I want to make that card effective and work, and I just want to use it because I love it.
My card capture crashed at one point. Somebody fix that right now.
It's a fun card. It enters Exerted, which means you can't use it right away, and then what it does is you exert it to put a character card from your discard into your Inkwell Exerted.
Okay.
So it takes 2 turns for it to become usable, the ink that you get from it to be usable. So it's a slow card, but if the game is lasting a while, it basically turns your discard into your new inking system, and anything that you pull into your hand, you don't have to ink anymore because you are inking from your discard.
That's cool.
That's why I like it. For anytime a game goes long.
It's kind of silly. It's one of those cards that I feel like has the potential to have some sort of combo or interaction that gets kind of busted, which is fun.
which it does if you're using the Sapphire Coil, which I think is what he just put into play.
Yeah.
So now you can ink an extra time from your discard to give that Sapphire Coil an activation and reduce something else by 2, so that you can, keep reducing every turn, even though you don't ink from your hand.
Mm-hmm.
And you just keep growing your inkwell until you have, 20 cards in your inkwell if the game is going long enough, and
Yeah.
you still have all your cards in your hand that you want.
Jack,
I think it's a good card. I just think it's not a great early game card. It's a great mid to late game card.
yeah, and then it's an ink it if it's not things aren't going
He's
great.
Using it. Look at that.
Hey.
There we go. Character into the inkwell.
Nice.
If there was anything on the other side, Sapphire Coil would activate.
Jack says, have you ever played Legend of Dragoon? I think that was a PlayStation 1 RPG, and I haven't played it, but I only know that because we started buying video games in the last year. I don't think I have a copy here, but I am familiar.
I don't know it.
You don't know it?
No.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty classic RPG, kind of in that the original Final Fantasy realm. Fist bumps.
That was it.
Mark got there?
Apparently, he had 16, and he just quested with the Tamatoa and then dimed on the Tamatoa, and that's 4 lore, and that was game.
Nice.
So it looks like Mark had all of the pieces necessary. I think what we saw when AJ played against Brian is that he just couldn't find any of that removal that he needed.
Yep. We did it. This happened.
Did it.
Mark with the dub.
Too bad Brian didn't find any of his stuff. He has so many good 5-drop characters in that deck. He's got 3 lore questers. He's got a 4 lore quester in there.
Sometimes it just doesn't come up, and I think it'll be fun to see. I really like this idea for Worlds of the Super Sealed. Is that what it's called? Super Sealed?
Yeah.
I think that's pretty cool. I don't know. I have to check and see if we have. I don't think we have product that goes back that far to be able to have something that mirrors that. I know Andrew had a special secret selection of things he was saving in case we were going to do a sealed event in the future, but I think I don't know if it has the right sets for this, but it would be cool even to have even if it was a 16-player event where we could do some sort of a super sealed. The other one is obviously probably easier to do, but it's a little bit.
We're doing that one.
The super sealed?
No, we're doing triple deck. The other
format. Okay.
Anthony just announced it today.
Is that the one that has box pricing? Because maybe that's the one I'm thinking of. Let me look it up.
Is it box? No, it's just normal pricing.
Okay.
But on the week of events before Worlds, we're doing triple deck for each of the
sick
weekly events that week.
That's cool.
Yep.
It's pretty great for stores because
decks in the next 2 weeks.
For stores, it's great because you're just oh, you have to buy more cards for your 3 decks. Such a bummer. We've got booster packs.
I think a lot of the locals are going to be trading and borrowing cards for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Which is great. Which is fun.
Buying a few more packs here and there.
Yeah. What's the looking at the triple? So for those that are local, it's a best of 3 format. Triple decks. You'll have 3 decks, and one gets you basically get to ban a deck, right? And before the game starts, their bench. And I won't go through all the rules of it, but I'm looking to see. It looks like each store has it, and it's going to be your regular locals night. 2 weeks from now is going to be, instead of just being classic constructed, it's going to be your core constructed. It'll be triple deck core constructed as a.
We are going to be doing the same format that they will be playing at the World Championship.
Nice. That's cool. We're gonna have our own world champion, the Kingslayer world champion. I love this. Okay, well, congrats to Mark, and hey, thanks. This was a lot of fun. This went really, really well. Everything text-wise was super smooth. Having you here makes my life so much easier. So thank you so much for being a part of this. And again, you've shifted into a new podcast.
Yes,
and
I am now on Overexerted, a Disney Lorcana podcast.
Yes, indeed. And that I shared that a couple times in the chat. It's on Spotify and wherever you listen to podcasts, of course. And then also on your own channel, which is the Dan Regal on Twitch. You're on there, no set schedule currently, but kind of on occasion streaming some different potential variety items. And yeah, we'll see if we'll be back next week. I'll see if we're going to be doing either Pokemon or Flesh and Blood next week. Maybe we run back Lorcana. I think if this classic constructed or the triple deck constructed is in 2 weeks, I think that might be the thing we target to focus on streaming. If you're not playing in the Lake Forest one, maybe that would be fun to cast.
I probably will only be playing at Fountain Valley that week.
Okay. So maybe we run this back in 2 weeks and watch some crazy triple deck.
I will keep it in mind. I probably will be able to keep that day open.
Okay. Cool. And
Sweet.
and yeah, the podcast that just dropped on the Overexerted podcast includes not only James but Jared from Citizens of Lorcana as well. It's their 100th episode, so that's probably a really fun place to go and hear more of James. And we gotta get him excited about this casting Worlds next year. I think we can start marketing, start picketing, start
I have to start actually casting a lot more to get my voice out there.
That's
which
true.
I want to do, but it's difficult when life is busy.
Yeah, no, I think this is good. This is a good training wheels exercise, and then yeah, it'd be fun if that's a goal of yours. It'd be cool to work towards. But cool, man. Well, I'm gonna jump into our giveaway time. We have our giveaway with 3 different prizes: 12 packs, 6 packs, and 6 packs for first place, second place, third place. I'm gonna say goodbye to James. I'm probably gonna bring Maddie over here to help me run the giveaway. But thank you so much for helping out with the stream. It was it's so nice to be able to focus on the other stuff going on and have someone that really knows the game in intricate detail. So thanks again for the support and for helping us get a good stream going.
Absolutely, always glad to help. And thanks for having me.
Of course, it's a pleasure. Cool. All right, have a great night, James. We'll see you soon, and I'm gonna get into the giveaway. So have a good one.
Cool. See you later.
See ya. All right, time to give away. Cool. Well, that was fun. That was a great time. Thanks so much to Britt as well for helping out at the shop. And we're going to do the giveaway. So the way that this works, there's a pinned post on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure to fill that form out. I'm going to put a timer on the screen. I'm going to actually adjust this timer to 2 minutes. You're going to have 2 minutes to fill out that form. If you filled it out already, you're good. But let me adjust my camera in a few places here. Let me hide that and that. And yeah, 2 minutes. 2 minutes on the clock. The pinned post is on TikTok in the profile page. It's also on pinned on Twitch and YouTube. Fill that thing out. And I'm going to put the music on so everyone knows it's giveaway time. And the rules are, there are no rules except dancing. What do I mean by dancing? I mean, dancing increases your odds of winning. It is scientifically proven. And you've got 1.5 minutes to fill that form out. And then we're giving away packs. We're giving away a full box of Return of Jafar, Jafar Lorcana, 12 packs to first place, 6 to second, 6 to third. And I'm going to get Maddie in here to help out if she would like. And it's already 10 o'clock. She might be in bed. Let me find out. Dun, 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 dun. And dancing's happening. Skydoll's dancing. Kate is dancing. They understand that. They understand the assignment. If you dance, it increases your chances of winning. It's not a guarantee. It's not a lock, but it can't hurt. Getting the wheel of names going. Oh, I gotta get this messy Flesh and Blood logo out of our wheel here. Upload. I'm gonna do I'll do the oh no, the image is too big. Oh no. Okay, I found the thumbnail for my video today. We're just gonna use that as the center. And hold on, is that 10 seconds left? 10 seconds left. Oh no. Let's see how many people entered the giveaway. Jumping in over to take a look at that. It's time to see who will win Blank Night. 97. We had 97 people join the giveaway. Woo! That is impressive stuff. 97 people entered the giveaway, and looks like everyone's in. That's time on their clock. So unless I forgot anyone, speak now or forever hold your peace. I will add you if I can, if we still have time. But let me look. I'm going to make sure there's no duplicates on the form before I paste it in here. Let me sort this thing A to Z. Scrolling through, making sure there's no accidental duplicates. They happen from time to time. It could happen to anybody. Looking good. Looks like we've got honesty and integrity everywhere we go tonight. Appreciate that from everyone. And make sure there's no 97, 97, 97. Cool. We're putting our 97 folks into the wheel. Boom. They are here. I love the colors of the wheel tonight. And there's the thumbnail for the YouTube live. I don't think I have my... Let me see if my helper wants to spin. Hold on. I will be back in mere moments. $97 is a good turnout. 97 is a lot of people. And the queen herself, the princess herself, Maddie's going to come help out. Maddie turned 10. She's 10 years old, and she's going to be spinning the wheel. And the third place prize is going to be...
That's a lot.
Good 97 people on the wheel. Remember last week for Flesh and Blood, we had like 18 or something? This is a good turnout. Oop.
But I got like fourth.
I know, we tried.
To last.
And we add Maddie in here for fun. If she wins, we respin. But she likes to try to win. She's a competitor. She's fierce. All right. You ready to spin? It's time to dance. Oh, wait, gotta make sure the song... Hold on. I'm going to do this. I'll make this window smaller. And make this window bigger. Hey, there we go. And now we're on TikTok. Same thing. Are you ready to spin? All right, for 6 packs of Jafar. Hold on. But you can't even see. There. And dancing. Make sure we're dancing. Dancing must happen. And the winner is...
Queen of...
Cliche. Queen of Cliche. I think this is the first time that Queen of Cliche has been on stream, and they got a win. So 6 packs coming your way. I'm going to post this on Discord. We will email you by Monday, usually. And post this over here. 6 packs of Jafar.
Are they a follower?
They are. If they're not a follower, Queen of Cliche needs to follow. All right, next up, we have... I'm going to remove Queen of
Wait,
Cliche.
what color am I?
I don't know where you are. Is that you right here? Purple.
I'm a dark purple.
All right, spin it up. Spin it up, girl.
Make sure you're dancing.
Dancing's required. At least highly recommended. It is...
Mr. Janelle.
Mr. Janelle. Looks like Logan's here, too.
Looky!
Mr. Janelle. Congrats, Mr. Janelle, on 6 packs of Jafar.
Ooh,
Lorcana,
Panda Plays is
Jafar. Panda Plays is here as well.
Hi, Logie. Yes, I'm telling like 1,000 people that your nickname is Logie.
Boom. Queen of Cliche, Mr. Janelle. And the last winner of the night. Here we go. This is a big deal. This is half of a booster box of Lorcana, Reign of Jafar. Half a box that's a lot of packs. 12 packs coming right up. That's a big prize. Don't tell Andrew we're giving this much stuff away. It's like the ad, the Sealy and Serta. It's like, we'll beat anyone's prices or your mattress is free. Like that little ad where there's like the one guy that's giving away everything for free and then the other guy like doesn't want to give anything away. I'm the give everything away for free guy. Andrew is like the don't give anything away. So he's not going to be happy when he finds out that we're giving away 12 packs. Anyways, there we go. Spinning it up. First place prize for tonight. Dancing away. 12 packs goes to...
Meeple Eater.
Meeple Eater with the 12 packs on a Thursday night. You can't beat it, you know? You can't beat... What else are you going to do on Thursday nights? And looks like we've got some happiness coming in. Meeple Eater just redeemed. We'll play a Hearthstone Battleground match. Nice. Okay, I'm going to have to queue it up. Let me put this on Discord. 12 packs of Jafar for Meeple Eater. Sweet. And That's it. Except because we did a redemption here. It's it for the stream. It's it for Lorcana. It's it for the giveaways. Congratulations to Meeple Leader. But I'm going to play a match of Hearthstone Battlegrounds based on the redemption there. So thanks so much for that. And let's do it. Let's get into some battlegrounds. I'm gonna get the scene set up. Maddie's saying goodnight. Thanks to everyone for being here. Appreciate it. If you want to hang out and watch a match of Hearthstone Battlegrounds, I'm gonna queue up right now. But yeah, sick. That was a great stream. Good job, everyone. Good job, everyone. Good turnout. I think I have a card capture. I think I have a capture here for. I think I deleted the Hearthstone scene. We're gonna find it. Well met indeed. Shifting gears. Dun, 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 dun. Good stuff. Thanks, Britt. What's going on? Dun, 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 dun. And yeah, totally fun, totally good. We have employees that join in all the time. Happens from time to time, for sure. Totally allowed. And okay, let me get my screen capture up for Hearthstone here. And we're shifting gears into some Hearthstone. I was thinking about playing some Final Fantasy Magic on Arena either tonight or tomorrow, but this is good. Window capture. That did not work. It's funny because I like literally just deleted this scene because I was like, I'm probably not playing Hearthstone tonight. We're playing Hearthstone tonight. It's happening. Hey, there I am. I'm gonna make it. We're gonna make it, folks. Nice. Yes. Yes. We're here. Okay, let me get the TikTok one going just in case. I can actually probably... I'm actually going to shut off TikTok. Goodbye, TikTok. Thank you for keeping it real. And we're just going Twitch and YouTube mode. Let me change this up. You use the plugin to stream multi-platform or multiple OBS instances. I'm actually for TikTok, you like the best way to do TikTok is you actually just you use their studio, and then there's like a plugin that you can use in OBS to send it over to. I'll pause that. There's a plugin in OBS you can use to send it over to TikTok Studio, which is it sounds terrible, but it's actually the most elegant way to do it. I'm going to use the facility, top off the water, and then we're going to hop into a battleground here in just a moment. So I'll be right back in. Hold on, where'd that timer go? Match timer. Nope. James card capture goals, random sub alert, match text, match timer. Boom. I'll be back for battleground in about that much time. BRB. Woo. All right, we got it happening. Yesenia is joining us for the stream. She's the real GOAT. So we're going to do a prediction. And let me pull it up here. For anyone still hanging out, anyone watching, we're going to do a prediction for an outcome. Looks like Mark won that. Sick. New prediction for this match. Wonder if I should just do... I think we're just going to do who is going to rank higher. I'm going to put 10 minutes on the clock here for this. 15 minutes. I'll start the prediction now. I'm going to add Yesenia to the match. So we're doing Hearthstone Battlegrounds. We've done this on stream before. Why does my BattleNet look offline? That is odd. I wonder if BattleNet's down. Let me close the game. Oh, there's an update. Aha. That is why. Is it update? Testing. Hey, there we go. I think it works now. Rhythm says, would you consider streaming other games in your free time? I would love to stream other games. I just, the problem is I don't really have free time is my my dilemma. But yeah, if you're hanging out, Logan, if you're hanging out, you can. There's a prediction thing in Twitch, and you probably have some channel points that you've accrued over time. You can actually. There we go. She's in. You can. Let me turn this volume down a little bit. You can pick who you think is going to perform better in this match. Yeah, I know. Hey, Aaron? Aaron's still hanging out. What's up, dude? Thanks for hanging out while I get to play fun games on this without having to cast, and it's more just relaxing. I can like lean back on my chair. It's so nice. Yeah. Can you pick up my giveaway packs at the Lake Forest store? Meeple Eater, you will once we wait till we send you the email because we have to move some stuff around internally in order for that to happen. But yeah, we'll email you by Monday. Okay, here's the. Oh, does everyone have the same hero? Impressive foresight. Buy your lesser trinket on turn 5 and your greater on turn 8. Interesting. Okay, so we get to do that faster. Okay, I have to focus up here because I have to beat Yesenia, and there's already wagers for Yesenia. You can vote on who you think's gonna win the match, or perform better in the match. That guy's pretty good. I'm gonna reroll this just to see what it gets. Just rerolling. We're rerolling. Oh gosh, the banana guy's terrible. Nope. Yeah, we're going here. We're playing games for fun, but I would love to stream more. I would love to, but I have to like make YouTube videos and run a business and be a parent and all that kind of stuff. I have been playing my guilty pleasure has been playing. I've been playing some classic WoW, and I'm thinking about playing retail again, but I don't have time to do those things. All right, so we have. I can't even use this yet, right? I cannot. I think the play is Murloc. I don't know if I love Murlocs as my game plan for the whole game. Oh no, the aspect ratio is sus.
Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you. Oh, it's okay. We all hit some bumps now and then.
Yeah, getting stealth is terrible there. Ooh, if I'm going Murloc, this guy's pretty fun, but we'll do the correct play. Do the correct play. Gotta set up a Sea of Thieves or some chill games like Minecraft. Yeah, I was thinking about introducing our community to our family Minecraft server just so they could see all the cool stuff that everyone in the family's built. Our family Minecraft server goes pretty hard. It has some pretty insane things to show off. It could be kind of fun, but it might be fun for some folks that were into Minecraft. But yeah, I was thinking about playing some Magic, like Magic the Gathering Arena, since Final Fantasy comes out tomorrow on there, I believe. Just because there's a little bit more adjacency to kind of Kingslayer things, but who knows? I hope there'll be some more free time in the future. Of course, here she goes. This is typical Yesenia here, folks. This is typical Yesenia. She usually kills me, so you should vote for her. I mean, Murlocs are just kind of showing up everywhere, huh? I think I just have to go Murloc, and I'm selling this Murloc into that Murloc. That's not the Murloc I wanted. Venomous is way better. And I think we go here. And I guess I'm giving the Venomous guy taunt. I don't necessarily love that. That doesn't do me any good right now because this already costs 1. I want it to cost 0. Oh, never mind. Costs 1 less. Aha. That makes more sense. I'm glad I clicked the button.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
At this point of the game, Yusen is already like on at end game, just like wrecking people. Okay, looks like we got ourselves a draw here.
Any defeat that doesn't destroy you.
Now, pirates are really strong, so this is where we have to see what's going on. So there's at least one pirate player, 2 Murloc players, including me. So I'm fine getting off of Murlocs, but I really like pirates, and there's already 2 pirate players, so that's pretty bad. The other tribes are dragons, which Yasenda's probably going dragons because she always goes dragons and then kills me. She's beasts right now, and dragons are open. And Quilboar are open. Quilboar are also very strong. I think we spin to see if we can get a dragon or a Quilboar just to completely change up what's happening. And this is not either one of those things. I'm not liking the way this game is playing, but I'm just going to upgrade instead. We could force like a gold rush, but that seems pretty bad too. I think we just keep spending this every turn, even if we don't buy a spell, because it's going to make the next spell cheaper. But yeah, I don't love my turn. I think I'm the only person that went turn 3. I went tier 3. Oh, there's a couple more down here that are mixed. So we don't know who they are. These mixed minions could be Quilboar. And I'm not fighting one of them. I'm fighting this beast player that is also pirates. So there's really like 3 pirate players. No, 2. There's 2 pirate players, and then these are unknown. Do we know who they are now?
I've got some fresh recruits for you.
After each refresh, give Murlocs in the tavern. Oh my gosh, that's trying to give me good Murloc. That's pretty freaking good if we're going Murlocs, but how many Murloc players are there? 2. That's a really good Murloc. That's a really good Murloc. Yeah, we have to go Murlocs. That's also really good. Yeah, we're doing it. We're living the Murloc dream. I don't have a good one to put in my hand at the moment. This is terrible. But we will find one.
You can still make a comeback.
That's the one that we want. But he didn't even have it in his hand. So he's not playing it correctly. That's a good sign. If that's our other mixed. I think we're all in on Murlocs because there's not... Yeah, we're the only Murloc player now. All right, we got this. We're taking this to the top.
I've got some fresh
Oh, this is good. This is so good. Oh, man. Discover is great tier. I could also upgrade and Discover. Would be busted.
That's what I would have picked.
I think I'm leaving that in my hand. And when I start refreshing, things are going to get really good. I wonder if I want to freeze for Tad. I don't think so. How's Yasenni doing? Of course, look at this, everyone. Big shock. And that's why she's going beast. She got a really good beast trinket on top of her beast start. And she's in first place. Is anyone surprised? No one's surprised. No one's surprised.
Oh, I've dealt with a league of evil. Terrible.
How come I can't whisper?
But good tippers.
This isn't the exact minion I want to have in my hand, but I need to have a Murloc in my hand for this reason. And then I need to be cycling Murlocs because my trinket, every time I refresh, Murlocs get bigger. And they get an extra bonus keyword is crazy. That was a tie. That was an impressive tie. That taunt, I like the taunt, dude. Okay. I want to refresh. I guess I will. I don't really love this having a second one of these at all. So I think I'm just refreshing here. It's better Murlocs. Well, this is in your hand after you play Murloc. See, this is the one we want in our hand. Boom. This is what's happening. This is what's up right here. I should have done this first. That was dumb. If you've been plus one, we'll do that at the end. This is staying in the hand forever. And yeah, let's find another Murloc, huh? That is beautiful. Which way? Oh, this guy gives me a triple? I don't really want a triple of that. I think I'll... These are pretty terrible. This lets me cast a lot of spells. I think we're giving... this. Boosted, and then I'll go ahead and grab that triple next turn. We're doing this all the way to the top. This match is actually turning out... It's turning out okay. And this is we're playing this match because chat had asked us, looks like Meeple Eater redeemed a Hearthstone Battleground match for 5,000 channel points. So I get to have a little fun at the end of the stream, which is really nice. And boy, will we. Really close there, really close. But Ben took me down. I'm gonna take some damage here. 5 damage, not that big of a deal. I can handle that. Yesenia's took a beating that last round. All right, get 2 random Murlocs. That's pretty good. That's actually exactly what I want. Poisonous when this attacks and kills the minion gives. That is so good, but so is this, and I think I want to be. We're gonna go for the fun tier 7 dream. Is the play here. Gonna get our golden. See what it gives us. I don't think I have any pirate Murlocs, but we'll get rid of this. I kind of want to upgrade. I want to go to tier 5. But we don't. Oh my gosh. That took forever. This is Yesenia. This is the spousal match. Yes. I need to give that guy Wind Fury. How big are her beetles? 10 beetles. Brutal. So sorry. So sorry. Murlocs. Murlocs are good.
Nice work out there.
All right, we're gonna upgrade. Love you, babe. So sorry. Why am I getting this every turn? Give me. Oh, it's from these dudes. That's so good. Very good. All right. Let's see if we can get a good refresh. I know. Yesenia says I'm so mean. She usually kills me. This is a rare once in a lifetime. All right. I don't really like some of the things I have, and there's no way this is sustainable for like a full win. I really need to get a golden. Do we go economy here? We're gonna go economy. It's not like I don't have like the best build for winning the game, but I probably get top 4. Sen is struggling. She was able to get her Titus Rivendare, which is really good. That's the death rattle dude. We're doing it. We're doing it, Aaron. We're gonna take this all the way. Yeah. So yeah, Rivendare. Rivendare is pretty good, and she's got the random beasts, but maybe she's not living the RNG lifestyle as hard as she wants to be. Her beetles need to grow. We have this guy. This is the dream that we're. I guess I have one more spin here. Oops. Yeah, this guy needs to keep killing stuff, and then this comes out. And at the very end, we'll play our big dude out of our hand. It's not as big as we want it to be, though. We need this to be massive. We need things to have more Divine Shield, more Venomous. We need the guy that when it dies, it gives Venomous to other dudes. So,
Let's see if you can
we'll see.
stay on top.
This looks scary. Man, I need to give that guy Wind Fury. What is this guy doing? Oh, his beetles grow fast. I have no beetles, I'm dead. Oh no. No.
Minions really pulled their weight.
Sendy's out. We tried. See, giving this guy 12/12 is pretty dope. I think I'm just going to do that. I usually give it to the team, but I think that's just too good. Because this guy's got to get big. Because then his stats go to a minion in the hand. So good. It's kind of, this doesn't seem to be working correctly. After each refresh, give Murlocs in the Tavern +5/+5 and a random bonus keyword. They're just like, they get +5/+5 for that moment in time, and that's it. That's like so much worse than I thought. I thought it was every time I refresh, they get an extra +5. I don't, that feels so bad. Guess I'll take this. The golden version of this, I don't think does. Is it like, I don't care for it. Don't care for it. That's kind of nice for these seafood stew reasons. Maybe I get rid of this guy.
That's quite the army you're building, friend.
The scourge will consume you.
Shoot.
A good tactical choice.
Don't even know who I'd want to give taunt to. All right, we'll see how this goes. This is going to make my minion grow in the hand a lot faster. It'll give me extra seafood stews. It's pretty cool. I don't know. Kind of just like going for it. Nice. I'm going to get a lot of seafood stew. That was pretty good for us. Senna said she died doing a separate one. How could you have died already even in another match?
Out there. Keep up.
Battle cry every other minions +7/+7 each bonus. That's good. It's good for cycling, but I'm not really doing as much of that as I would like to. I think we upgrade here. We buy this and see what happens. I guess I should have done that. Not very good. I'd love to get the golden version of that. Come on, baby. Not today. Not today. That's all right. I really don't want this in my hand because this is going to summon it. Oh, the highest health. Okay, never mind. But this is going to give it to the wrong minion. Oh, I want to get rid of this. No. I guess it will summon, do it twice. So I guess it will get summoned, which is probably terrible. I could sell... Yeah, this doesn't give me that much value. We're going to sell it. This is the guy I want. Cool. Yeah, this is all money. All right, next turn. All right, we're fighting a pretty formidable opponent here. Some good stuff frozen. This is your tavern spells that give
Gunning for you. Watch out.
goodness. Okay, their beetles are 22, 23 are not very big yet. And now they're getting big. That's what I'm talking about. Don't love that. I think the beetles are too big. Oof, that was close. That was close. Only taking 6 there is pretty good.
Rough battle. Pick yourself back up and turn it.
I mean, this is... I wish I could have both of these out, because I want that to trigger twice, but I can't do that.
That'll do some damage.
Boom. Hell yeah. I guess I could even... Yeah, that would have been nice. I think we're playing this guy.
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
That's actually pretty good.
I like where you're going with this.
What the heck is that? Has reborn one attack for each battle cry. You've triggered this game. Am I getting... I don't get any value by cycling Murlocs at all. Guess I'll... I don't need that.
You got this.
Okay, for top 4. We made top 4. Oh no, Leroy. Leroy's pretty scary for my deck. Oh, I didn't realize my taunt guy has stealth. That is terrible. That went poorly. That went poorly. I feel like the RNG was pretty bad there. Like that, I should have been able... I need to get...
Doesn't destroy you, makes you stronger.
I need to get taunt on this guy correctly and not stealth. It's not scaling as well as I was hoping it would. Oh my gosh. I need to give something else taunt. I need to give that taunt. sure I'll buy this thing. Might just have to sell it. Okay, got the upgraded version of this guy.
I like where you're going with this. What, like it's hard?
We'll see. We'll see how all those perfect decisions that were made there. Those lines were flawless. Just flawless.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
This dragon is kind of nice, but yeah, we'll see how big these... Like, Venomous really makes this guy feel pain. Oh no, that's the wrong thing I want to be hitting with Venomous. Okay, that's good. Oh, that was really nice. That was really nice. Got some good luck there. Oh, this is so good. The Lost Staff of Hamul.
You're good at this.
Oh yeah, that's very good. Come on, come on. Give me something good. Nothing insane? Like, what am I? I'm probably cycling this dragon. We're going to give this... Let's get rid of the dragon. We're going to buy that.
Here's a gold for the trouble. I like where you're going with this.
Discover's pretty powerful. That's really good. I'm fighting a dead guy, so I hope I don't die to a dead guy. All right, here we go. Fighting the dead person. Jay Ritchie.
I think you can win this thing.
Those are some big beetles. I believe. I believe. Okay, that was way too close. I was hoping that was a real player that I was killing, but it was not. Okay, all right. Just me and you. It's just me and you, number one. I mean, my double death rattle doesn't do much right now, so I think I might get rid of that. So Leroy might be the player to replace this guy. No, well, yeah, the double death rattle does nothing for me anymore. So I need to play Leroy out. And this is not going to summon Leroy. I need to actually summon him. So I'm probably selling my death rattle guy. He's done his job. That is busted. That's really good. I might play this.
That's quite the army you're building, friend.
That's bigger than... I mean, he's just not I mean, I might even get rid of that. I might get rid of these 2 things and play these 2 things. And I think I win. Yeah. I don't even think I want a golden version of this minion, because then it doesn't. I want 2 of them, sadly, I think is the play. So we're going to get rid of this. And we're going to get rid of this. And we're going to play this. And we're going to play this. And then we're going to boost everything.
Like where you're going with this.
This is how we win, folks. This is how it's done. This is how it's done. On the Kingslayer Games Live channel at 11 o'clock at night, this is how you do it. This is how you do it. Ooh, it killed Leroy. That is unfortunate. But Leroy had to die at some point. I think we're looking good here. Depending on how this goes. Do we get the dub? Did we get the dub? We got the dub. We did it. First place has been achieved. Nobody believed in me. No one. No one believed. Screenshot. Hey, you know, our rating is rising. Our rating is rising. But that was good. That was a good time. Thanks, Meeple Eater, for the bits. And yeah, all good. That was good. That was good fun. I'm gonna send the screenshot to Yesenia. And usually she kills me, but today I was the victor. Thank you for believing in me, world that voted for me, not at all. But that was fun. Thanks very much. Thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for the bonus content. Thanks for sticking around. Hope you all have a good night. We got the dub. Climbing the ladder. Climbing the ladder. And we will see you Friday night. See ya. Later, Aaron. Thanks for sticking around.